Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Pork and Bean Show, starring Pork Cunningham and the world's handsomest man, Frank Oliver Lane. Sit back, relax, and stay a while as we stretch your imagination to places unknown and explore the mysterious world of the Sasquatch people and much more.
They say I need some Rogaine to put in my hair. Work it out at the gym to fit my underwear. Oakley makes the shades to transform a tool. You'd hate for the kids to think that you lost your cool. I'ma do the things that I wanna do. I ain't got a thing to prove to you. I'll eat my candy with the pork and beans. Excuse my manners if I make a scene. I ain't gonna wear the clothes that you like. I'm fine and dandy with the meat inside. One look in the mirror and I'll take a peek. I'm talking about what you think. Everyone likes to dance to a happy song with a catchy chorus and beat so they can sing along. Timberland knows the way to reach the top of the chart. Maybe if I work with him, I can perfect the art. I'ma do the things that I wanna do. I ain't got a thing to prove to you. I'll eat my candy with the pork and beans. Excuse my manners if I make a scene. I ain't gonna wear the clothes that you like. I'm fine and dandy with the meat inside. One look in the mirror and I'll take a peek. I don't give a hoot about what you think.
This
Okay, I
meeting
guess we
is
can start,
being
eh?
recorded to all the pants and the people who are participants.
Hey, Mr. Ed Smith.
Ed
Now
Smith,
we
hey,
get serious, down to serious business now.
Oh, well, albeit confusion, welcome, and okay, hi.
Are you all confused?
Oh, I was born that way.
Well, then you fit in perfect here.
Thank you. Yeah, at birth, I didn't have a camera, so I couldn't take a picture of it. Thank you, Brian. Hi, Michael. Whoops. Hi, Arla. Hi, Patrick.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
My question to the Pork and Beans group today was if Christ was born as a Sasquatch, what would they do?
Try to kill him.
I think they'd try to kill him, but then there'd also be millions of people going to the woods to seek him out.
Well, I
I
think
thought
they
they already
already
were.
are.
Well, there you go. I mean,
already
you know,
happening.
the case is building. I mean, he's already he's already got the thief in the night thing going for him.
Well, gold, silver, myrrh, and all that other frankincense. Frankenstein was born that way. Who knows?
I know. Oh, look, we're screaming.
Live.
Not yet. Getting
Happy
close.
Saturday night.
Live stream, live stream. Oh, and everybody to put on their professional holiday face.
Everybody's got to turn like their, if you're listening to the show on live, you got to turn that down or off or something.
I feel all kinds of energy on this end from the Sasquatch. Pretty excited they are.
All right, we got a Sasquatch confirmation right here in the peanut gallery.
You're not allowed to have that. I'm supposed to have the first one. You can leave the show right now. I just
Brian
Who-
didn't do his introduction.
Who can channel? Anybody can channel. Patrick, did you pick up any channeling skills? Can you channel your Sasquatch or Deb Matthews?
Yeah,
Can you channel in your Sasquatch? That'd be fun.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing when it happens.
Oh, look who's back. Happy.
Here for a bit till the next calamity.
All right, Kevin's here. Hey, Kevin.
Hey,
Well, with all these people, I'm getting scared. I don't know what to do.
Start the show. You go. Welcome to Pork and Beans. I'm Mr. Beans, and this is Brian Bland, the Pork Cunningham. See, I already started for you. That's to give you a hint to get you started.
Okay, hang on a minute.
Welcome, everybody, to the Pork Hen Bean Show. See, only you guys know that's.
You do cut up hot dogs and put in the beans, right? Hot dogs and beans.
That'd be a hot dog.
Well, that'd be the hot dogs and bean show.
Well,
Yeah.
that would make both of you wieners. So
Wieners and beaners.
Hey, if we get another co-host, though, we could call it Wieners, Pork, and Beans. But then I don't get top billing, so I don't like that.
Yeah, but what if you had a female, you know?
Yeah.
right.
Get Arla as a co-host. We'll call it the Ma's Bean Show.
it'd be Ma and Todd and the most handsome man in the world show. That's what it.
But I can't make it all the time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
you meant somebody else. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll start the show.
This
Hello,
thing
everybody. My
says-
name
this-
is.
Too late. We already did.
This thing says the Pork and Bean Show is on, and
That don't no.
Pork and Bean Show is on.
He butchers it. So we gotta do this properly.
Please, Brian, give us your intro. I love it.
Hello, everybody. My name is Pork Cunningham, and I'm here with the world's handsomest man, Frank Oliver Beans. And this is the Pork and Beans Christmas show, and we're going to be joined by a bunch of assorted, is characters respectful?
Pants,
Participants. Many participants are going to stop in, and we'll see how it goes. So I'm thinking, now that we got everybody here, should we, when somebody's talking, how are we going to do this? Do we just want to have everybody share a story and then have a round table kind of discussion at the end? Is that how we do it?
Brian, I would make a recommendation that you lead the show, you and Michael lead the show, and we'll follow the lead.
Okay, I can do that.
That didn't help at all, Ed.
Sorry. Oh, Lord.
I just put an invitation in the comments. And all right. There we go.
Okay. We've still got other people coming in.
Well, why don't we start off by everybody just introducing themselves and what state you're in,
Okay.
and
Okay.
what
Can I
what
just?
you like about Sasquatch. So
Okay, we can do
start us
that.
off.
But hold on a second. Hold on a second, Mr. Bean. Let me just ask
You
everybody.
just said you wanted to start the show. I start the show, and you say, "Hold on."
Yeah, but I gotta give everybody the instructions. If anybody has a bunch of like talking or people talking in the background or whatever, can you just mute yourself?
Yeah,
And,
definitely.
Okay, kind of thing.
Okay. Then I guess we can start with Patrick. Mute yourself, and then with sign language, tell us who you are and what you're doing.
No, like for instance, if Tom has his very helpful hair aid people come in, mute it, that kind of thing. Okay, so yeah, let's introduce ourselves.
I feel like a wet blanket is just falling on the crowd.
So I'm gonna go to you first, Mr. Beans. You want to introduce yourselves to the Beaners?
My name is Mike Harrell, and I like Sasquatch. I live in Savannah, Georgia, and I've known Sasquatch from 2012 until now. That's my short introduction.
Mr.
I think
Giggy?
they're great.
Oh, go ahead. What?
I think they're great. The Sasquatch people are great.
Okay. Oh, maybe I'll go then. Okay, my name is Port Cunningham or Brian Bland. I got called to go to the mountains in 2012 from my clan, and it's been nonstop ever since. And I like to think that I have a teacher-student relationship with them, and I've had nothing but positive interaction with them. And I started the show with Mr. Beans to try to represent the Sasquatch in a positive light, because I'm tired of them being talked about as monsters. And I'm sure everybody's experiences are valid, but we got to come up with the good experiences for them. So.
And where did he come from? Where are you?
I live in British Columbia, Canada.
All
I'm
right.
probably the only Canadian in the crowd, right?
I don't know.
There's always. Oh no! Wait a minute. If there may be another one or two joining us later. Mr. Gagey,
Yes, sir.
you're up.
Okay. My name's Patrick Giggy. I live upstate New York, Pulaski, New York. And what I love about Sasquatch is when I'm singing in the living room, the music, they project their love energy. And plus there's all other beings around too. Like sometimes when I close my eyes, the last time I seen the Mother Mary, she came through. So that was a pretty cool experience.
Wow. Okay. Well, we're all going to share like a special story and whatever too. And well, we'll just see how it goes. Maybe we'll just all start yakking.
Stick to the plan.
Yeah.
Now,
Is that
Mr.
it,
Philip
Patrick?
Palmer, your turn.
Triple P.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. As he just said, my name is Philip Polk Palmer. Somehow I got the whole land of the three name people years ago when I was making a go at music. There was another Philip Palmer, and so the idea was not to get confused with him. Anyway, yeah, I came into this from a different viewpoint, and it's been quite transformative because, and I won't get too deep into this all, but I was raised in a very negative environment as a kid, and there was a lot of fear in my life, including a lot of nightmares and sleep paralysis and ghosts that I didn't view as positive. So when I really first started getting into this, more like going out into the field, as they say, or going out into the woods, there was a big amount of fear on my part. But I had something that occurred to me in 2015 that really showed me a different side of these beings than I was seeing, or that I thought I was seeing. Most of what I thought I was seeing was just up in my brain. And so I had something occur that I can later on share that has really turned me around. And now it's just been a wonderful experience from that point forward. So there you go.
Thank you.
And I'm in Savannah, Georgia, same as Beans.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are supposed to go for a hike or something, aren't you?
We tried. We hadn't got it together yet.
His real name is Philip Pork Palmer.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, are you really Poke Salad Annie by any chance?
Never know. I mean, that's
The
poke.
devil got her
Poke.
granny, I think.
I'm poke like
From what I
polka
heard.
dot.
Oh, polka dot.
Yeah, polk. Polk.
Oh, that's old school.
Yeah. A lot of pokes in Tennessee, apparently. I don't know
My
what
good
that's
friend.
about.
Yeah. Let's move on to my good friend, and we're all going to have a chance to talk about a lot more, obviously.
I have an update on Barb Soup. Barb Soup is in the audience watching, but she just said, "Hey, everybody."
Hey, Barb.
Hey,
So
She's not
anybody want
gonna come
to anybody want
Oh,
to
no,
coach
she's
her how
on.
to get on from the link?
She's on,
No?
I think. Are you on, Barb?
You also hit her video.
Let me look here.
Oh, there she is. Okay, well then that's that. So she's in two places. She's bilocating.
I'm asking to start video, Barb. We want to see you.
I want to see you.
There she is.
Hello?
Yes.
There you
There you
go.
go.
Oh,
Awesome.
Hello.
Awesome. Look
And
at
she's got
you.
some- I'm excited about Barb's part too, because she's got some special pictures she's going to tell us about when she has her little talk. So Arla. Tell us about Arla.
What? My ears are frozen. I'm Arla. If you see me on Facebook, you will see Arla Collette. I say my legal name's Williams. So if you see my books and stuff like that, it'll have Arla Williams on it. I've known about the people most of my life. I'm not young. I'm 73. So my first actual time of talking to them was at the age of 3. I did not realize it, but my first actual physical encounter was at age 6. I have a family that lives here, as well as I live here. I've got some hairy kids out there that are the biggest pranksters in the world. But I also deal with Star Nation people and have been working pretty closely with them, with Kashima, who is one of the ancient Sasquatch, and he is my teacher. I call him grandfather. So that's where I'm at today.
Awesome. Miss Deb Matthews. Is it Mrs. or Deb
Miss,
Matthews?
I guess.
Miss Deb
Just
Matthews.
Call me Deb. Hi, Erla. Yeah, I'm Deb Matthews. I'm from Southern California near Palm Springs. And I have had my first encounter physically with a very large, they called it Bigfoot back then in 1971 when I was only 17 years old. I had no idea what a Bigfoot was. Scared the hell out of me. PTSD for about 40 years. Wouldn't talk about it. Nobody would talk to me about it, so I clammed up. And then in 2009, I was opened up when someone I was friends with online asked me to share it on Blog Talk Radio. So the driver, Dan, and I, we both got on and we shared our story. And that's kind of opened the door. And then in 2018, someone told me, if you really want to connect with a Sasquatch and you're through about it, just knock on your bedroom wall at night and tell them, you got the intention there, knock on it and say, I'd like to connect with you. About a week later, it all opened up. That's all you got to do. And I've had them in my house. I've had them put a footprint in my driveway. Mike Bodwitz just gave me the name of my 3, that the little one that came and put his footprint in my driveway. His name, it's not a he, I thought it was. It's a female, and her name is To. The mom is Lima, and they both came that night in dreams to show me who they were because I asked them to. And then the dad is Sorbo. He didn't come that night, but he came a couple times after that. So they're around. I haven't had a lot of interaction with them for a while, but Mike said they're definitely around me.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Let me just, I have to do a public announcement here. We got a fella asking for the passcode. You remember how to find that, Beans? I can't remember how to find that.
You want to tell them, or are you going to type it to them?
Yeah.
Well, you can go up to the top of the screen to the left side where there's a little badge, and you click on that, and it'll tell you that the meeting
Oh,
ID,
right.
meeting idea is 813-6877-9540, and the passcode is 667131.
Hang on. 877-9540.
Hackers, don't forget to use your notepads.
667131.
That's it.
Right on, Kevin. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Now to Ed Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver Beans. And I'm probably one of the newest additions to the group, thanks to Brian Bland. We met on a different platform, and I've been in ufology for many, many years, and been blessed to be connected to the mainstream. I learned recently about Sasquatch of what I wanted to learn from Brian. And it's been a very good experience. And later on, when Brian gives the permission to talk at length on what we know, I will. But I live in Visalia, California, Central Cal, and I'm glad to be here. And it's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Ed, you sounded like you can't talk without my permission or something. I didn't.
No, you scared
We
me.
discussed that off air, but you weren't supposed to say that on the show.
There's another thing I got to tell you. Brian and I both have a tremendously broken sense of humor, and it's really a godsend. I met Arla and the other. I met you in the other broadcast, and we had a blast. But everything I did, it was not made up, Arla. It's all true.
That's the scary part, yeah.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
Well, thank you, Arla. It's great to see you. Hey, where's Kevin, Brian?
Kevin,
Kevin Australia.
he's having a medical procedure thing done today, so he might be on later, but we'll cross our fingers.
Well, anyway, thanks for having me here, Brian, and it's great to be here.
Yeah. How about the what was your nickname there, Tom, that they were calling you? The grand
Oh, you talking to me? I was the Pope.
Yeah, and now for the Pope. Yeah.
Arla was the High Priestess.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, what wonderful times and memories we have.
Tom, just you sitting there, honest to God, I thought you were a Catholic cardinal.
That's because I got my. That's because
you were going to free that right-wing priest from bondage.
Hey, we don't talk about bondage on the show.
Not anymore? Okay, sorry.
No, that was the private show we did. No, we're not gonna. So let's hear from the Pope, Mr. Tom Cantrell.
Well, other than Arla, I'm probably the oldest one. I am the oldest person in the room, but she's the only person that has known them longer than I have. I'm going on 64 years, or past 64 years, going on 65 years of research on these beings. Through her, with her help, she's been my mentor for several years now. We've had some people that were very hard to deal with these people. Some that got my, yeah, that's one of them.
Putting my hand up.
Yeah. Uh-huh. got the earwax cleared out of my ears a couple of times over him. But mostly we have the greatest things happen to us. Arla and I were in camp in Georgia one night when we had about 18 people sitting around campfire, and two Sasquatch decided to join us campfire. Remember that one?
Yep.
And those are the types of things that have happened to us over the years. We've sitting in Northern California with them all around us, camp there in Idaho. Oh, I got to tell you this story.
Okay.
We were at the end of the road, the gate, okay? Across the gate were these cattle, and they're basically wild cattle. They're just on range all summer, and then they trailer them out of there in the fall. Well, Arla's over there by herself, and she starts with a crow call. And she does a crow call better than Jose Cuervo himself. And she morphed that into a Sasquatch scream. When she morphed that, every one of those cattle charged to a center spot, formed a phalanx like you'd see musk oxen do, with the calves inside, the cows around the outside, and then here come the bull as hard as he could run to join them.
Dang.
We sat and watched it, and all of us had cameras, and not one of us got to take a single picture of it. Is that not the truth?
I didn't expect what happened. That was, yeah, one of those times.
That was the same day we saw the mooses, I remember.
Yeah.
And Tom also has probably a dozen or more books out that you've written on Sasquatch.
I've written 13 on Sasquatch, and this is my latest one, Sasquatch the Proof. And I've written 15 books in total, but I've got 13 on Sasquatch. And probably that's the last book. It's unless something, some new information, new data, something comes in, I might do another compilation book where I take other people's stories and compile them and put them out like I did in Sasquatch Face to Face, where I had 32 different face-to-face encounters in it. But this one kind of answers it all. For those people that want proof of Sasquatch's existence, it's in that book.
Yeah, you're probably you're the perfect guy in the middle, because you follow the scientific avenues, although you know that a lot of the answers can't be found in the scientific avenue, but you also have had all the mind speak and all the woo experiences too. So
yeah, I even had Dr. Jeff Meldrum back me up while I was speaking in Ocean Shores this last month, believe it or not. So it's just different. One of my best buds, we were supposed to have lunch today, but she chickened out. Something like 3 inches of solid ice on the road made her stay home today for some reason. It's over there too. I saw her sneak in.
Let's go on with the introductions. Kevin, you want to?
And we're all going to be able to, and I want everybody while we're just introducing ourselves. This is just like the introduction thing. Everyone think of something special that they want to kind of share. As we move on, maybe a personal story or something like that. So Kevin Carney and
Sandy Nelson. Sandy, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Hi, guys. Merry Christmas, everyone. It's good to see a lot of faces that I know. Hey, and some that I don't. But my name is Sandy Nelson. We live on the Pacific Ocean. I mean, that's right out the window, and in Washington State. And we do probably 70% of our Sasquatching is done in the Cascades and the Blue Mountains. We do a little bit out here on the coast, but we're kind of all over the state. I've been in this since 2013, and what I love about the Sasquatch people is the connection that they bring us together as a community, and I love that connection. Individually, I love how they interact with me, and I look forward to that. Every time I'm in camp, I ask for interaction, and they don't always answer the call, but a lot of times they answer the call and blow me away. So I love that connection. This is Kevin, my husband.
Kevin Chili Carney. So
there you go.
I've been interested, witness to the forest people since I was a child. And it's really, it's slowed down for a while when I wasn't really actively looking. When I began actively looking, they were there again. And it's like what Brian said at the very beginning, where he wants to dispel the monster myth and talk about positivity. My intentions are always for a positive encounter, and I'd rather have no encounter than a negative encounter. And what Sandy had just said as far as the positive encounters that we've had, you welcome it, you're blown away. I've more than once have I sat there with my mouth open for 5 minutes, not believing what my eyes are seeing. So I love this. I love the connection. I love the people that I love the honesty of the people that I meet, and good-hearted, pure-hearted, good-intentioned people, and that's who I like to surround myself with, as well as the forest people.
Hey.
Awesome. Okay, let's move on to Justin Martinez, and we're all going to get a chance to share stories and whatever too. And by the way, if anyone thinks of a question, a really good question or something that they want to ask the group, and we can run through it like that and whatever, we can do that too. It's pretty well an open format. Oh, we've got my wife joining. Awesome. This is a special occasion. She doesn't normally want to come on these shows.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Where
Brian?
are we now?
Yeah, you're on. Go.
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm Justin Martinez. I'm from Washington State, but currently I'm in the
Turn your volume down.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the volume. I think you're cutting out.
It might be. I apologize. How's that?
You're good. Give it a try.
So yeah, I'm in Hawaii right now, which is really interesting because I've already had experience with wolves being in the different areas of the island. So it's been pretty amazing.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, your reception is, or your audio is always cuts out in and out. Do you have bad internet or
Verizon cell phone?
Okay.
I'll bust out.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We want you to hang around for sure. Hang around. No, don't go. I mean, we'd rather have you here and put up with a little technical difficulties and not have you here. Barb Shoop.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, everybody.
Give us a little Barb Shoop prelude, and then, like I said, we'll get into some deeper stuff later on. And I've got your pictures loaded, by the way.
Oh, cool. Well, I'm here in Greenwater. The power is out. Everything is buried in ice, and we're having a wonderful day. I have camp coffee. I have a hot fire going. I'm sure the Sasquatches aren't too far away. And yeah, it's just been the best season we've had in a long time. And I don't know if you've seen any of the videos I've been uploading, but it's just been a tremendous season. And I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen next. Brian, you have some pictures that I sent? Some of that features some of the gifts that we've received. There's some leaves. Leaves seem to be a really big thing. Not only, when I come back from a camp out, I usually receive a gift. The first time they put a leaf in the handle of my the door of my car.
Yeah.
A few years later, I came back from the blues and they knew that I like slugs. And in my garden, I'm always trying to rescue them and pitch them out across the road where they can go live their happy slug lives. Well, I got back from the blues and I came in the house. I hadn't been in here for 2 or 3 minutes, came back out, and here's a slug curled up in the heel of my shoe that I'd left on the porch. They've left handfuls of slugs outside in the yard for me. Let's see, what else? Oh, rocks. They gave me a rock with gold on it. When
We're gonna look at all those pictures, though.
Yeah, let's get the introductions.
Just do the introduction. We're gonna look at all those
okay.
pictures. You're gonna have a chance to talk about them in detail. Okay.
Okay. Well, I guess that's it then.
No, but I want to do it justice. I've got the pictures loaded for you. So we're just doing.
No. I mean, if I think as far as my introduction.
Oh, okay.
I'm ready to go from there. So.
All right. But yeah, I've got those pictures and we definitely want to hear about that.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm excited about it.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I am too.
Yeah.
Graham McSkimming.
Graham.
Was that me? Do I hear my name being called?
Yeah, he's the only other Canadian guy here, I think, with me. So we're kind of brothers today. We're against the whole world there, Graham.
Okay.
Against the universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Graham McSkimming. I'm the author of SASQUATCH, Wisdom of the Hairy People. Yeah, there it is. I don't know.
Actually, Beans has got it.
Yeah,
Beans
actually, just look at Beans. He always does that for me because I just can't figure that one out. I've got it in the background here. There's Odin. He's hiding behind a tree.
Sweet.
And looks almost like he's waving at me, but he actually has his thumb like this. He's like this. And all his hair is streaming down from his arm, which is that sort of blotch there that I was pointing at, but you couldn't see. Anyway, so yeah, I'm in Perth, Ontario, Canada. And before that, I lived about 20 years in Vancouver. And I went to a really tiny community in Missouri, really remote place. And that's where all this stuff happened for me. And there was all sorts of UFOs as well as Sasquatch and just really wild stuff going on there at all times, stuff that I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. And eventually it resulted in telepathic contact with the Sasquatch. And I have these discussions with them all the time, and they, of course, have some amazing things to say. So I put them in this book, SASQUATCH, Wisdom of the Hairy People. And I've got about 11 copies for sale right now at a discount. So if you guys want to contact me to get a copy, just let me know. I'm here.
And you got another one coming out, right?
Yeah, and the next one is going to be about extraterrestrials mostly. And it will have quotes from star people that I find to be useful and profound. And I hope that you will too. So
I want to ask you
format as SASQUATCH.
I want to get more into that after this is just the introduction part, but I do want to get more into that. And don't answer me now, but I want to ask you after the introductions if the quotes are in the same flavor and in the same vein and whatever. And don't tell us now, but I imagine, I think that they probably will be, but I guess we'll find out when we talk to you later.
Sure.
Because I think there's kind of a universal message going on, so you can maybe talk on that.
Definitely, yeah.
Kenneth Collins, my friend.
Hey guys. Hi, I'm Ken Collins. I'm from Nebraska, but I headed up to Estes Park, Colorado right now. I'm a researcher from that area and from Estes Park area and Nebraska, and we'll talk more about it. I got all kinds of stuff I could talk about, but if I get it going, we'd be here hours, right? They're guys, they've had me on my show a few times, and good guys. And hi, Robin, and Merry Christmas, guys, and let's get her going.
Where is Robin? Merry Christmas. Did Robin go?
I thought I saw Robin in there.
Yeah, she left.
Well, darn her. Huh. Well, she'll be back.
I'll have to message her and see what's going on.
There you go. She'll be back.
Okay. Well, Earth Cord is not here right now, but when he comes back, we'll talk to him. So, Gail, how you doing?
Hi. Well, it's funny you're in Estes Park. I'm in Colorado as well. So you've got probably like 3 degrees weather out there.
Yeah, -6 or now 7 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So glad to join.
But Estes will be minus. I'm down in Loveland, almost up to Estes. So.
Oh yeah, it'll be much cooler. But that's great place. Lots of amazing areas that they could join. So, as I mentioned, I'm living in Colorado, originally from Hawaii, which is where I'm flying tomorrow. So glad we could have this today. I have had experiences in New Mexico and in Washington State, where I actually had contact with several people of the force. And I was able to have them speak to me telepathically, which surprised me. And then I have this unusual ability to allow them to speak through me. So like Deb had, Deb Matthews and we had a couple sessions as well. So I feel very honored that they, come and join when they feel they need to speak. And I think the last time when I was with Brian and Michael, we did have an amazing experience.
That was amazing. Yeah.
And I keep wondering, it says, I wonder if she's the one I met in Chihuahua. But, I asked and she's like, no. I was like, okay. But so,
out of the blue, she showed up.
She just showed up. So somehow, some way, probably connections with the two of you, that's when she appeared. So I just opened myself up to allow, those who are of the heart will speak through.
Did you have a chance to listen back to the show we did? We just did our show recently.
I did, and actually, I realized she called me out. She called me out on there, saying, the things that I was needing to work on, which is good. It was true, but it was funny. And I was surprised at a lot of things she was saying, and I realized I was still in like a slight trance even towards the end. It wasn't all bad. So,
yeah, you're very much like Barbara Jean Lindsay in the fact that you don't really know what you're saying until you're not aware of a lot of the stuff you're saying, right?
Right.
Well, as you're doing it. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll get back into that, and we'll be talking more with you. And Bill Steenbeck, how you doing, Bill?
I'm good. You guys?
We're good, my friend. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and then, like I said, we're going to get into more detail and questions and stuff later on.
Yeah, no worries. Well, you said Earth Cord, so I'll address that connection. So I'm a druid and Earth sign. Earth is my sign, so that just came up. But Cord, Khord, was a name I got in meditation when speaking to my dragon guardians, as far as that world goes. But it came to me as an image that was impressed on my mind was a steel cable. As far as religions, and everything is individual but a grander piece. So like fractals, mathematical fractals, they're all self-replicating, and so is religion and all that. So that's how Earth Cord gets in. But I had, my I don't know.
Somebody just sound like a scream or something. Okay, go ahead.
So I actually had my first encounter, but
Oh, we got somebody messing around in there.
Oh, having fun, that's all. So like I said, my first encounter, I just heard I was in the San Juans of Colorado and woke up in the middle of the night to a scream echoing off the canyon walls. And I was like, what the heck was that? So I realized it, went to sleep. Nothing happened the rest of that camp. It was like a 3 or 4 day hike back there. Nothing happened. But hearing recordings later on, I realized that's what it was, and then continue to have had encounters across the United States as I've been a traveler and being on the road the last 10 years.
All right. And we can get into more of that stuff as we move on. David Sanchez is, are you just listening, or do you want to, would you like to introduce yourself?
No.
Okay.
Okay, well, you're welcome to stay and listen.
Cool.
All right. Have we got everybody? I think so.
Well, what I'd like to say if we're going to go into like round 2 a little bit deeper, if there's anybody who's just had some experience that they just really want to get spoken about, then I think they should have first priority, because I know it's like to sit there. Well, I got this great story today. So anybody with a great pressing story, I think they should start off.
Anybody?
I had a recent, and if I may, I was going to ask Gail. You say that you're a channel for Sasquatch. That's very
And others.
interesting. And others. So okay, you're a channeler. Okay, that's
Yes.
So it's like a little bit of a trance thing.
Yeah, so I'm actually too much of a control freak. So I think what happens is when they speak through me, I have no idea what they said. Partly probably because I'm such a control freak, I probably want to control that. So they kind of step out and then they speak. And so I have no idea what they say, but I know I have a emotional feeling, connection. So when I come out of it, I can feel some stuff, the emotions that they were conveying. But it is interesting because I was a reluctant medium. I was a reluctant channel, reluctant medium, whatever you want to say. But some of my experiences, you can't, after I listen to them, it's just amazing.
Well, thank you for sharing that, because I have studied Urantia as well, and that was all channeled, information that happened over the past few years. But my most recent experience that happened was in Las Vegas this past week. Brian and I normally keep in regular contact, and when we get into the stories, he's the one that helped me the most about learning about Sasquatch, and his clan leader, Ari, has contacted me a few times. But in Las Vegas, feeling in touch kind of with synchronicity, as it were, feeling one with the universe, comes in a lot of ways with, the different beings, both spiritual and all that we meet. Well, my wife and I were in the Mirage, and I walked by a roulette table and I was checking out because I like blackjack, but we didn't gamble again, so I broke even. And so as I went by the roulette table, I just went so naturally. The ball was rolling around straight. They were putting their bets down, and I went 8. The roulette wheel landed on 8. And at least one of the people had heard what I said, and the master looked at me like, who the heck do you think you are? And I just said, no, 8. And the 8 popped up, and one guy put his money on 8 and won. So that was just a recent little experience that it's not coincidental. I'm a firm believer, as some of you know, that nothing happens by accident. But I thought that was a nice little message, very positive, showing that you don't need to gamble to be in tune. So that was all I had to say with that.
Hey Ed, while you're talking about, because you kind of did a little introduction on that, why don't you talk about because we're all going to share some stories. Why don't you start off? Why don't you talk about what happened with you and Ari when when
Okay.
you were introduced to him, and I haven't talked to you for a while because my wife moved in and I've been busy and haven't been on too much. Maybe there's some new stuff too, but run us through all that whole experience, because I thought that was pretty cool.
It is, and thank you for the. I'm honored. And Susan, it's nice to see you face to face finally. Kind of like know all about you from Brian, but
is she here? I don't see her.
No, I don't either. I thought she was. Well, that's a great name. Nice.
Yeah. Whatever.
Well, enough of that. Okay, adios, amigo. So,
Robin
when
left
we
too.
first, yeah, agreed. When we first got together and talked about Sasquatch and RE, and I was reading some of your materials, Brian, and a couple of things happened. The energy that you mentioned, especially you, Gail, and Arla's mentioned it too. It hit me, even when we were on that one broadcast, it hit me square away, the entire encompassing energy. And, it brought me to tears. And that is part of the positivity about Sasquatch and being one of the most elevated beings that we can be in touch with. Well, one of the most demonstrative was, what kind of message would I receive from Sasquatch? I was swimming in the pool. This is kind of a background of the palm trees around my pool that I planted years ago. All of a sudden, I looked up at clouds, and there was a cloud formations in the south were kind of heading one direction, the north were heading another direction, but one stand of white cumulus clouds stayed right above me and didn't move. And that's when I first saw the cross and the RE signature. And then RE's face showed up. And I thought, well, that's really interesting. This isn't Paragonia or anything like that. And then all of a sudden, it was like RE said, and I could feel the energy then, his right hand appeared. And his right hand appeared like the blue of clouds was in between the fingers, but his hand was white. And it was like waving at me, stone cold sober in the morning after a swim. And there it was. So, did I miss anything, Brian, or that was one of the biggest ones that I experienced?
I'm trying to think.
Be right
It
back.
seems like there was more, but I can't really recall what.
It'll come, but thanks for letting me share that part, because that was demonstrative. There was no way to turn back. I know what I saw, and when I shared it with you, we conversed on a number of these issues. But not that I wasn't a believer, but I certainly am now with direct evidence. And that's what I can remember at the moment.
Wasn't there more? There was some other stuff that happened too.
Oh, I know. I
He
should have written it
reintroduced
down.
himself to you and stuff, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah, and it's very the first night. It was the first night where I was, not asleep but in bed, and his face showed up, and he smiled. It was just remember a big smile with Ari, and that's all I can remember at the moment. But there was more, and Brian's right.
Okay, if you can think of the rest of it,
Sure.
later, let us know. We're having some difficulties with the audio for some reason.
Well,
But,
if people like have Facebook on in the background while being on Zoom, that'll have a residual effect.
oh, okay. So can everybody turn Facebook off if you can? That would be appreciated. Yeah, there was a lot more to that story, Ed. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It'll come with time, but there's so many good people here. Let them go ahead and talk. But that was the biggest one, which made me more of a believer, because when I started, when I met you, Brian, then we got deeper into things in the great book that you've written, and I have read parts of it, but I experienced a lot of it in our first interview, which it answered questions I had, because I had heard nothing but negative about Sasquatch and people going out hunting Sasquatch. And I didn't understand why, because I have very little experience with it.
Cool. Yeah.
And by the way, I'm really glad the Druid left, because I thought they'd gotten rid of them years ago.
No, that wasn't the Druid. The Druids are good people. That was another guy.
No, they were. Well, when they say
He's right there.
You got it, brother. You got. I just went like adios, amigo. That wasn't just coffee he was drinking. There you are. I was wondering.
You gotta make sure you look and see who's all here before you start talking.
Yeah. Hey, Earthcourt, I didn't mean that way. I was thinking of the other guy that said this something, was negative, and I apologize. I thought it was you, brother.
Don't take
but it's
nothing
not.
seriously.
No.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
No, that was
I love you.
that was a complete mistake. But yeah,
No, I
that other guy, well, whatever. Merry Christmas to him.
Well, since you're talking about energy and like the walls hitting you, of that I didn't share an encounter of mine that I had knocking on my cabin like 2 years ago up in Wyoming.
Go ahead.
That has to do with a little bit of energy, because I think it was on one of my well, at least explain it to other people. So right outside of Yellowstone, I've got like night lights or motion sensor lights around the backside of the cabin where I can only see like one window right above my kitchen, but the rest those lights would come on all the time for rabbits, and like I would seriously go out there looking, maybe it's a bobcat or something. It was never a bobcat, but I knew, well, I've gone out there and seen rabbits running and tripping it off. So like whatever, really they can blow because of a couple leaves, just because of the wind in Wyoming, you get some, but I knew they were there. I've heard plenty of accounts. And so my idea was just to, again, send out a message of, I know you're here, but where are you? And as far as energy work, I form everything into a ball or a sphere. Again, helps me focus whenever I'm using spheres or crystals and all that. But just as far as your aura and your energy field is actually a toroidal shape, because you have a positive and negative. So you have, imagine the bottom of your crotch is the entrance of energy, and now your head is your crown, the top of the toroidal field. So compressing it down and sending it into a message is just energetic for me personally. That's how I was taught in some of my hedge writing studying that I've done, research. But so that's as far as sending out the message. But so this one night I actually felt something coming in behind the cabin, and like I picked up my ear, like something energetically in my ear buzzing. I can't remember. So I was tapping on my window. I was only like two feet away from the window. So I was tapping on the window frame like twice repeatedly and kind of whistling, trying to get some reaction. But then I did that maybe 3 or 4 times. So I sent out a couple, like, who's there, questioning. But then I heard 5 solid knocks on the cabin ceiling. It sounded like it was in the ceiling before it was actually in the vertical walls. So it was like slow, repeated. And I sat up on the third one and I was like, is that really what I'm hearing? And then I go outside the house, check around, and nope, there's all gravel and a little bit of pockets of snow. So there's no way to find prints at all. But it was just one of those energetic, telepathic encounters of mine.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Barb, do you want to bring those pictures up now? Would you like to get into those pictures?
Sure.
Barb sent me some pictures, so we'll do that, and yeah, some pretty cool stuff here. Okay. Can we see what we're looking at?
Oh, okay. So this one here is like really special. Kevin and Sandy got married this last spring, and while we were setting up at the wedding, it was an outdoor wedding, and we built the venue, and it was so beautiful. It was, Sandy just had it planned out perfectly. And we spent a couple days preparing, and throughout that time, we knew the Sasquatches were around us the whole time. On the Friday night, I heard things go, well, every night I heard things going on around my tent. But I heard sticks snapping and I heard some rubbing. And the next day I got up and all the vegetation behind my tent had been completely crushed and matted into the ground. So after the wedding, I got back up here and I went up the trail and I asked the Greenwater clan, I said, was that you guys that was hanging out down there at the wedding? And I asked them to give me a sign. And well, everything was quiet. There was nothing going on. And you can see Goldie standing in like this wooden box that's on the side of the trail. And I went up, I saw that going up, and I thought that, you know, it didn't really look like a cliff. It looked like something that was human made to me. But I took a picture of it and I didn't think much more about it. And then I asked the Sasquatches, at the wedding, give me a sign. Well, on the way back down the trail, Goldie had a stick in her mouth that she was chewing on, and she stopped at this spot and she turned around and she looked back up the trail and she put her paw in the middle of that stick box. And me thinking, you know, well, that's a cat thing to do. She just stood in a box. Cats sit in boxes. She's being like a cat. So I took a picture. Well, then I got back to the cabin and I took a closer look. And if you look in, I don't see it in this picture, but somebody had written the words love in gravel inside that box. So when I asked them if they were at Kevin and Sandy's wedding to give a sign, I literally got a sign that says love. So to me, that was my answer, that yes, it was the Greenwater Sasquatches that were there at the wedding.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
That's a very cool cliff too. That's, you know, that's one of those no-brainer ones, you know. Like,
yeah, I don't know if you can see it, zone on it and see the lettering in it. It's really hard to spot if you're not looking for it. But I mean, what literally,
I think I can see it.
Literally a sign that says love.
yeah. We got a close-up of it. Should we move on to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, hold on a minute. They're not in sequence.
Oh, there's my snail in my shoe.
Okay, there it is. There it is.
Wait.
Oh,
I can't see love.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Isn't that awesome?
Can
Wow.
I just add real quick, Barbie? Can I add something?
Oh, go ahead.
Kevin and I actually met in Greenwater at a camp out. So, and we asked them, the Greenwater clan, to come to the wedding. So how appropriate, right? It's really a beautiful story.
It really is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They wanted you to know it was them, Sandy.
We knew it was them all along, Barbie.
Sue and I have a lot of the same kind of personal kind of things like this. So I really this really connects with me looking at this kind of stuff. I love this kind of stuff because it shows the personal connection and their caring, loving nature when you see this.
Absolutely.
That's
you know,
amazing. I love that.
I've had with them has always been loving. You know, even when Gabby passed, they came and decorated the bridge just like we decorated the yard for the memorial. They're so loving. You know, the other gifts that I sent you pictures of, the leaves and the gold rock.
We're going to get to them. We're going to get to them. You just once you're done with one picture, tell me to move on.
Okay.
We're going to cover them all.
I'm done with this one. Go ahead and move on, Brian. What's next?
Yeah, I just want to look at this for just a second longer. Look at that. look at that. Wow.
You're welcome to take screenshots.
Yeah. Well, I can save it now. You know, the thing is they're it's chaos. We got the copy grinder going. Okay. But I asked for copy, so okay. Can you guys hear that?
No.
Oh, you can't. Okay, good. Okay, so yeah, this blows my mind, but it's no matter how many times you see this kind of personal stuff, it just blows your mind, you know. And that's why one of the reasons why we do this show is because, you know, these people are people, and they're not all they're not all, or they do not all want to connect with us or whatever, but I'm just tired of the monster crap.
Oh,
I'm just so tired of it. And then when you see stuff like this and it happens to so many people, it's just beautiful, really.
I got a question about that one.
Okay, go
Is
ahead.
there, like, it looks like just to the bottom left of the love, there's a smaller pile of rocks or pebbles used that were maybe brought as a handful, and then selective ones taken out from that and left there as extras.
yeah, I agree. I saw those, and I think you're right about that. Those were brought in to write the letters with.
Yeah. I mean, it looks typically that, I mean, you don't have to really go far for those rocks per se. Like, because people have found rocks and stones from grape size to watermelon size to small pebbles like that in places where they shouldn't be, you know. But it looks fairly common to have rocks around. So, I mean, it's not uncommon, but it's unusual.
I agree with you. And take a look at the upper right as well.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, I don't think the Sasquatch made the sign. I think the sign itself was made by humans. I just think that they made use of it. But that's my opinion.
You don't think that, say that again, you don't think they made the love?
No, I think that was probably made by just people on the trail, humans. And since it was the Sasquatch decided to make use of it.
I don't think
possible. I think it was Sasquatch myself.
Yeah,
Because
I've seen this kind of thing so many times through the years of them using small pebbles to write out things or to circle something. So I mean, this is almost like a banner flag that that is pretty much putting out their love. And of all the words or symbols that they would use and have used with so many of us, they're all about love.
Yeah.
You know, I agree with Arla, Barbie, only because how many times have you been up that trail or we've been up that trail together and we've never seen anything spelled out up there. And so this is not usual. This is highly unusual. So we didn't see them write this out, but this is not usual on that trail up there at all. So I'm leaning towards the Sasquatch people and their connection with you, with us, with, just with all of us.
I'm leaning towards that too, but
They answered your question. You asked and they answered your question, and it's up to you to accept it.
For a sign.
Well, you got a sign and they gave you a sign. So it's up to you to accept it, right?
Oh, I accept it. Wherever it's originated, I accept it. It's beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
Well, we have to use discernment. Otherwise everything is Sasquatch, everything is, and then it gets like we're not using common sense. But my experience and my feeling and what I'm seeing looking at this is I do think in this case that they did that. Before we move on to the next picture, let me just give you, I've had this kind of thing happen a lot, and so has my wife, and I'll give you a really cool story about how it happened to her and how it was like instantaneous. She was walking along a trail, saying hello to all the. Okay, you sit down and tell it.
Hi.
Hello.
I've heard Brian tell this before, and he leaves out a little bit of personal stuff. But yeah, I was all alone. This was maybe 6 months ago or so, and I was alone in the place I go here, which is kind of a preserve for old growth cedars. And I was just walking along the trail, and it got real skinny, and there was nobody around. There was nobody in the parking lot that day, and so I hadn't seen anybody. But the ferns started getting in the way of the trail, like their outside branches were kind of in the way. And so as I walked along, I was just like shaking their little toes. I was saying hello. hello, hello, hello. Whenever one was in the way, I would just shake its little hand and say hello. And I didn't say hi or howdy or anything. Every time it was hello. And I turned a corner and in the ground right in front of me was scratched hello. And so that's just kind of blew me away. There was nothing else except hello right there on the trail in the dirt. So the part about me not saying hi or how you doing or anything like that is kind of significant, that I was only saying hello, and then there it was, hello in the ground. So Barb, I think they do that stuff. I think they do write to us sometimes.
Well, they've given me messages in my dreams with big bold block lettering.
Yeah.
So this is just the first time I've seen it written out on the ground.
Right. Okay, back to Brian. I'm making meatballs.
Well, with all due fairness to Barb, though, I mean, Barb uses discernment, and I think we have to in this. So I don't think Barb discounted the idea that it could have been.
Hush, hush.
But I think it was. And actually, if I can find that picture, I'll try to find the picture of the hello as somebody else is talking and show you guys. It just blows my mind. Like for instance, another thing just happened the other day. Sue and I are walking along the road, and all of a sudden she said the French word for why, pourquoi. And she's never said that in her life. She said pourquoi, which is French for why. And as soon as she said that, I looked down on the sidewalk and there's a Y stick right there. So this kind of thing happens all the time. So it's and it just it's amazing every time it does. So let's move on to some other pictures here. Oh, okay. So what do we got here, Barb?
Plug and chew.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, that was from after I got back from the blues, and the Sasquatch know that I love slugs. I take pictures of them, I admire them, and I think they're wonderful little creatures. So I had been, trying to get my spring garden going, and I would come out at night with the flashlight and collect the slugs and deposit them into a little habitat across the road where hopefully they'd be happy, not come back. And after I got back from the blues, I'd been outside in the garden, and I went in just for a few minutes and left my shoes on the porch. And when I came back out, there was a slug curled up in the heel of my shoe. And you might notice that there's no trail to the shoe, and he's curled up in a little ball. And with this particular kind of slug, these are the brown European ones. They're really sensitive. So when they're bothered, they'll curl up and make themselves a little puddle, and they'll stay like that for a while. Yeah. So clearly he had just been dropped in my shoe when I went inside. So I love him just as much as I would any other gift.
That's absolutely true, because you don't see the slime trail, and like you said, a slug will go in that defensive ball kind of thing if it's picked up. So yeah, I was
just looking at that, Brian. I was looking, and I was going to say, Barb, don't they leave trails when they go somewhere? I mean, we don't have slugs, so I'm not sure, but I just thought he would have surely left some kind of mark or something else, and especially on the wood right there.
That speaks of that there. Yeah, that speaks of being dropped there. Because they do leave a slime trail. Everything speaks to that I can see here.
I have another little slug thing to throw in with that. After I'd been going out every night for a week or so, it gets so that it's pretty hard to find any slugs to move across the road. And one night I had found maybe 5 tiny little new hatched ones. And I thought to myself, maybe I'll go look over by the creek. Sometimes there's more slugs over that way. So I went over there and I found this pile of slugs that were all stuck together in a wad. There's 3 kinds: the leopard slug, the brown European slug, and the banana slug. Well, the leopard slugs are really fast. They're always the first to escape my pan. And in this pile that was all stuck together, there were 2 leopard slugs that were in line crawling away. So you could tell it had been there long enough for them to already be leaving. And I'm thinking, well, this is the strangest thing. I didn't know that slugs would collect together into a ball with all 3 different kinds. So I picked up the ball and I put it in my pan and I walked about another 6 feet and there was another pile of slugs all stuck together with the leopard slugs already crawling away. So at that point, I realized that, okay, they just don't want me to run out of slugs. So,
Barb, if I could add something to help you there, I agree with the Sasquatch version because we have European browns that are prolific here in Central California, and they're in their shells too. Sometimes they leave them, but it depends on the type of climate. We're in a very arid desert climate. But if you're in a wetter climate, they will actually leave their shells if they're in a protected environment. But they always leave a trail. And for Arlington, it's a huge trail. No matter where they go, they leave a trail.
Yeah.
I wanted to add something
unless
if
they're
I
hairy.
I wanted to add something if I could is about the snail and the shoe, the slug, is it would be hilarious. I think it would be hilarious if you put your foot in there, and then you
No.
felt, oh yeah, you would freak right out. I think they were just hoping that you'd put your foot in there without looking.
Oh, I would feel awful.
She loves slugs, though. Then that would be
I'm not saying to squish it, but you'd definitely pull your foot out of there before you squished it.
Well, when I removed him, he had a little puddle of slime that he left behind that took some out. I don't like sliding around in my shoes.
No. Should we move on to the next picture?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this here was from a few years back. I wanted to learn to flip. So I had been cleaning up every stick in the yard, and I'd bring them out to the burn pile, and I was working behind the cabin, between the cabin and the creek. And I told them out loud, I said that I need a clean slate to learn. So I'm going to make this ground here as spotless as I can get it. So when there are glyphs, I can make the difference out between just normal forest debris. So my fire had gotten a little big, and I went inside for just a minute or two, and I came back out. This rock was right there where I was working. And I actually walked past it a couple times thinking, well, that's weird. Where did the rock with the yellow paint come from? Well, I picked it up and looked at it. It's not yellow paint, it's gold. And I even put the metal detector over it, and it set it off. We've had it tested since then. It's pure gold. And something I didn't realize at the time, and you can't really tell in this picture, but if you look at it the right way, it actually looks like a gold dog, a picture of a gold dog, which I got a few years later too. So
Wow. Yeah.
yeah.
So are you rich now?
See, love. It's all about love. No, I don't think I sent you another picture of it.
Is there enough gold in there that you're rich or no?
Oh no. No, and even if there was, it would stay right there on the rock, sitting right beside my bed. That's where it's going to stay. The value of the gift is so much greater than the gold that it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, I'm just joking. I'm totally joking. Yeah, that's cool. Very cool.
Okay, I'm ready for the next. Okay, so
once again, I want to remind if anyone has Facebook open, can you please close it because it might be causing our
the echo
audio dropout. So go ahead, Barb.
So, this one here was just from a few weeks back. I think it was the first time I went to the Blues. I came back and I went up the trail and I told them all about the adventures we'd had. And I came back and there was a big maple leaf stuffed in the same door handle on my car. And that was an acknowledgement that from what I'd been telling them. And then here just a couple of weeks ago again, another leaf stuffed in just the same way.
Hey, we didn't hear anything you said. Did it break up for everybody like it did for me?
No.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you now, but we didn't hear anything you said before that about the leaf.
Oh, okay. So this here is a leaf that I got just a couple of weeks ago. This is the second one that's been put into my car handle on the door. The first time was when I went to the Blues the first time, and I came back. I went up the trail, and I just told them about what had happened over there. And when I came back, I found a big leaf maple just like this stuffed into the door handle. And that was several years ago. And then just a few weeks ago, I had another one. This is the one from just a few weeks ago that was put in the door handle.
Yeah. I don't think it just flew in there.
No.
That's not accidental.
No,
very-
it's tucked in
By
there.
the way,
Actually,
this
I
is
still
work-
have it right here in the car.
By the way, this is working pretty good. So if anybody wants to make a comment like we have been on any of these pictures, just feel free.
The snail, the one with the snail. I was wondering if there was some kind of like, maybe it's just me like overthinking it, but I was wondering if maybe it's like some kind of like connection, perhaps like them trying to show like that's something similar. Like it's kind of a protective shell that we use to protect our feet, kind of.
I don't know. Yeah, it could be. I mean, they're pretty detailed. They're very detailed with their messages.
Yeah, I always
They
try to
really,
like
really
look
are.
into it. I always try to look into it and see if there's like something to it. You know what I mean?
Different layers.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, there usually is. There usually is.
Yeah.
For sure.
Michael, may I ask a quick question, Barb?
Yeah.
Is that like little scratch marks on the paint of your car?
There's a lot of scratch marks. Yeah. It's from years of dogs jumping up and being in the woods. And yeah, it's pretty well beat up.
Oh, thank you. So it's not Squatch marks, is it?
No, but I have had fingerprints on that door right there.
We got some pictures too coming up.
So that's
Here's
the
another
first
leaf.
one that was left. That was the one from after I came back from the Blues.
So what
Yeah.
we've noticed, with the gifts, when you touch them, they have this vibration to them. This, there's like a little buzz to that,
Mhm.
and that's how we tell, that it was them. We just recently found some hair in 2 offices where our Healing Arts Center is, and the way we was like, is this somebody else's hair? You kind of look at it, but it's got this buzz to it. So that's how we've noticed. Oh, it was them. So just next time you have something, go and pick it up. Like the love, if with the rocks, if you picked up one of the rocks and you felt that buzzing, that's your validation that nope, it wasn't humans.
Yeah, that's the same thing happens with glyphs too, quite often.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Thank you, Gail. Yeah.
That's part of your intuition just speaking to if you listen to it.
Oh yeah. Now here we go. Here's some pretty darn good fingerprints.
Okay, so this is the best story behind it. So I could go way back to the beginning with the history behind this because it all accumulated right up to this. It just this whole summer, the experiences we've had, the places we went, the reasons we were in these places. This print here was from our last camp out that wasn't even supposed to be. It was a last minute camp out that was planned toward the end of the season. It was pretty much all women. The first night we were there, somebody ran between the tents that was big enough to shake the cots in both tents. Sitting by the fire the first night, we had deep grumbling growls that were right there with us around the fire. It was the most amazing time that we had. And on one night it just popped into my head that we should go out and check the vehicles with the black lights. And I always tell everybody, go through the car wash before you get to the camp out, just in case, so we know what's old and what's new. And this was on Terry's truck, and she had gone through the car wash on her way to camp. She parked on the road and didn't move her truck from the time that she got there until we found this. Our group site was a couple 100 feet back into the trees, so we had to walk out onto the gravel road to check the vehicles. There were 5 of them that were parked on our side of the road, and we very, very carefully checked each vehicle and didn't see anything. And that probably took a good 10 to 15 minutes. The last vehicle was Terry's truck, which was parked at a pullout at a vacant campsite across the road. And as we're walking over to it, I even said to her, well, this is going to be the one we find a print on because it's been parked here all week. Well, it just took just seconds of walking up the side of the truck and we spotted this. It stood out like, well, a big old sore thumb. So it was so fresh that while we were admiring it, I turned on the camera to make video of it, and it was disappearing while we were filming it. It was drying. We could still see it with our eyes, but it would no longer show up on the video. And then while we were watching it dry, right behind us, about 30 feet back in the darkness, there was a huge stick break. So I'm sure that whoever made this saw us coming, knew what we were doing, and put it there, and then amused themselves while we were checking it out. Yeah.
Let me ask. Can I ask you a question, Barb?
Go ahead.
Because I got something from this, and I think, because from my own experience, multiple times, I think that thought that you had, if any vehicle is going to have it, this is going to be the one. You had it just before you saw this. I look at that as thought placement. They set it up, even putting that thought, there might be one there is what I think happened. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure that they were literally watching us walk over to the truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a real thing. I mean,
this is the most
that happens. That happens a lot. A thought answer, and it's a thought placement kind of thing.
And to me, this isn't just a gift to me and Terry or the group. This is a gift to everybody. This is a message to everybody that says we're here and we're friendly. We're not monsters. We're that to me, it just shows that their heart is that it's so full of love. And this whole perception of monsters is so wrong.
Yeah.
Well, so here's a clarification and question. So what vehicle was that on? But I can see a window and window stripping there. I'm a auto body mechanic, collision repair and all that stuff. So I've taken out everything. And those window strippings on the vertical that's in the middle, that's kind of brighter, is that like rubbery plastic inside your window channel,
I think this
so and that is no bigger than like a little bit bigger than your finger. So that print itself is
it's
3-4 inches wide.
1 9/16, and it's not. That's not measuring what you see.
Can you say those measurements again?
1 9/16 by 1 3/4. And that's measuring, what we can't see. That's just by going what's there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very cool.
You know what when I look at that, I see like galaxies in that. I don't
right here.
that. I just see this whole galaxy, and that is like that love marker right in the center of all the galaxies that are around us and that we're actually a part of. But yeah, there is so much energy attached to that. Yeah. It's just really awesome.
Yeah,
I could gaze at it for hours.
Put scotch tape on it to see if you can copy it.
Well, well, I mean, I like what Arla said because connection, right? Connection. We're all connected to everything, so that's a deeper meaning for this for sure, Arla. I love
if you look at it, there at the top, it's like it's opened. like a galaxy or something would open, and so that you could go inside this. In other words, there's an opening there. It's at the top of it, and I see the ridges of the fingerprint, and what I see when I look close is this big opening that you can go into that.
Yeah.
And let me just show you how big that is. This is my little, thing. This is a 1 9/16, and this is my thumb. That's how big it is, just to give everybody that representation.
Yeah, that's either Andre the Giant or somebody big with hair.
That's big.
Actually, like I saw somebody uncovered a ring, I think maybe of Gilgamesh's, but the ring itself looks like you could put your fist in it.
Wow.
Well, I mean, yes, about ancient giants before, but I mean, it's smaller than that size,
Yeah.
Barb, do you mind if I sit with this at some point? Not like right now or something, but I would like to sit and read it.
Oh, go right ahead, Arla.
Okay.
I'll send it to you. I've got it now, obviously.
All right.
How about I send you the picture, make it easy on everybody? Do you want me to send it to you?
Thank you. Yeah, I
All
appreciate
right.
that.
So let's move on. We got to get down to some other people too. So let's move on. And okay. I guess we're done with those. Okay. All right. Well, that was
Thank
cool.
you, Barb. That was so awesome.
Oh, thank you. It's my pleasure. It's a blessing to be able to share these things.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Barbara. Hi, Barbara.
Hi, everybody. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Hey, everybody introduced themselves and said a little bit about who they are. And, so why don't you do that? And I'm going to go look for that. Hello picture.
Hey, Brian, put us on speaker view, please.
Hey, Patrick.
There's Patrick. There you go. That's good. That, because when people tell their stories, you can see their face.
Well, unless I tell my story, Okay.
We're not allowed to.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Barbara, and then we're going to get on to somebody else sharing a story.
Okay. Well, that's hard to do. I'm better at telling stories about other people than myself.
Just quickly, who you are, what you do, and
I have a Cosmic Oracle radio show every Friday from 5 to 7 Pacific Standard Time. It's my 7th year. In January, I'll be starting my 8th year. It's a weekly program, and we have amazing guests. The point of ETs and UFOs. Tonight's guest at 5 o'clock, I have Constance Victoria Briggs. She'll be talking about the moon's galactic history, and she's an expert on the moon. She's been dedicated her life to it for the last 8 years. She's an amazing, phenomenal speaker, and I'm just really lucky to have some amazing people on my shows, including you guys, Brian and Michael, and so I love doing it. I'm a professional psychic, and I have a school for how to teach psychic abilities called esoterra.us.
Fantastic. Did you ever have Graham McSkimming on your show?
Nope. Should I?
Yeah, because he has a book on Sasquatch quotes, and he's also connected to the Star Nations, and so he'd be a good one to have. And he's right here if you want to say hello to him.
Okay.
Hey, how are you, Barbara?
You.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Hi. Yeah. I'd love to have you on the show.
Wow, thanks. Thanks for the plug there, Michael.
Yeah.
Well, it's all about connections.
Yeah, it is. Let's see. Let me look. I have an opening in January. I know I do. January 20th. Would you like to be my guest? You have to check your calendar, but
I think so. I forgot my pen, silly me, but I can remember that for now. January 20th, and we can talk. Oh, thanks, buddy. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah.
That worked. Yeah,
I'm
so we
prepared
can
in school. I
talk
got my
later
pen.
too.
Yeah. So I'll get your email sometime in the chat here, or
Yeah, I'll hit you up after the show and give you all my contact info
okay, that sounds great.
and that kind of stuff.
Wonderful. Thanks, Michael.
Yeah, I think he'd be a good fit because he wrote a book on quotes. The Sasquatch speak to him for so long that over time he recorded all these nice quotes.
I'd love that. I'm a poet, so
Oh, right on.
wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, I've got one here actually. I would like to read if there's
Yeah,
a second
go for it.
to
Why
read
don't you take the front?
This one was calling out to me because I opened the book and it was the first one I came to. That's how I like to do it a lot of the time. Is just see which quote that I come to and then read that one. And this one is from a female member of the Ancient Ones, whose name is Nati, and a friend of mine made contact with Nati, and he even got like a really great photograph of her face looking out from the trees, a really clear photograph. And so he kind of introduced me to her and I started talking to her telepathically. And she says, I am a lover of peace. I like to sit by calm waters. I love a day when the bright flowers catch my eye and the honeybee partakes, spreading goodness everywhere. In my being, sometimes a storm brews and peace cannot be had. I seek the place of sanctuary to remind me of who I really am. In those sacred places, we find ourselves again. The mirror speaks truth. We rejuvenate ourselves at such places. Serenity makes us whole again. I go there when wisdom guides me and leave the richer in soul. Even when demands besiege you from every angle and you think you must not rest, go to your place of peace and know your true identity. That's Nati of the Ikan Satanta. That's the name of her people, also known as the Ancient Ones.
Nice.
And that's that's one of many in the book. And yeah, I was just really feeling that one when I saw it, because it said, I am a lover of peace. And I'm just thinking, like, in the human world, so much is going on that is difficult, where people are arguing and there's wars and there's all sorts of perils to our lives. And she would instead stands up and says, I'm a lover of peace.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas sometimes it seems that humanity is not such a lover of peace. And I'd like to see that change. So that's why I wanted to read that one today.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
I'm on that for sure.
Right on.
And we have a comment in the group that's not necessarily wrong, but I want people to comment on this because I don't think it's absolutely true, and I don't think it's wrong either. And maybe we can weigh in on it. David from Texas says, yes, they just want to be left alone. And I don't think that's absolutely true.
No.
Because they wouldn't be reaching out to us if they did want to be left alone, but some want to be left alone. So there is some truth to that, but I don't think it's totally true. Did somebody want to pipe in on that? And maybe Arlo could start with that.
No, I didn't ask for him to come to me. They did it long before it was ever in my frame of mind to ask. I didn't ask Kashima, should I be talking about you? Should I be trying to help other people? They came to me. And that doesn't mean I'm special. It just means that they already knew that if I was asked to do something, I was gonna do it. And I see that with a lot of the people. Um, they choose who they want to come to, and it depends on the person at that point. Now, like Brian said, there are some who do not want to be in the space of dealing with us, I think, day after day, as some of the teachers do with those of us. But for the most part, if your heart's ready and you're open to it, you can be someone who helps. And I'm not talking about proving who they are or anything else. I'm just talking about, like Brian talks about, this monster thing. The monster thing, the demon thing, that's man's perception. And so many times it's misunderstanding what you're dealing with. And if you don't understand that, then yeah, they're big and they're hairy and they're loud. So, that depending on where you're at. But the thing is, so many of them are coming to people in dreams, in other ways than just within the physical realm. And that tells me that we are ready for this. And that's why, oh my gosh, the numbers of people now who are talking about this openly, that them bringing these good things, this wonderful energy that they have, showing us this love that surpasses any love a human knows anything about as a human. That tells me that this is good and things are getting better every day.
Yeah.
So I'd like to
I
add something
totally
about
agree.
the
Yeah, let me just pipe in on that, and then if anyone else wants to pipe in on that too, like for me, I got a call to go to the mountains. So like Harla, they contacted me, and I think my lessons are all about they're trying to introduce us to who we are, our true universal self, trying to get us to get out of this thing of judgment, hatred, fear, all the things that keep us in this lower vibration. So they're reaching out to us to try to raise us up to who we truly are. And so they are contacting certain people that they feel that they can reach, who are ready for this lesson. Not they're any better than anyone else or anything else, but just people who are open to this knowing and this knowledge, because it's time that we join the collective, so to speak, and that's the secret to us having this transition shift, or whatever people want to call it, is knowing that, and that's how we're going to get out of the quagmire humanity is in today, is by raising our consciousness and by realizing that we're one. There's no division, all this kind of stuff. So they are definitely reaching out to some people. At the same time, there's some clans or whatever that don't have that doctrine or that call to do that, and like people, maybe some of them do want to be left alone, but but when you have a connection with them, there's nothing more loving, more enlightening than that. And so I think it can go both ways. Anyway, it looked like Gail wanted to say something.
Yeah, it was interesting because after my, encounters, my first experiences, I wanted to do a little more research. Then I stopped and I thought about it. They're saying, oh, these hunters were in there and then they were being chased out, all this stuff. I said, not just the hunters. It's more like you're coming into my living room, into my home, into my territory, and this is, I'm protecting my family. So it may not, people may say, oh, it's aggression. Well, I think I'd do the same thing too if I had some stranger walking in to my home area. So I'm like, well, so I don't consider that as a bad thing. You know, like humans, we got good people, we got bad people, right? But in that situation, I felt like, well, you walked into my living room. I did not invite you, so there you go.
Yeah.
And I
You
think
know
too
what?
that I wasn't asking them to connect with me. You know, there was a group of us, and I'm like, well, why just me? Why didn't everybody else see that or hear that? You know, and I keep having more of these experiences, and I'm very honored, but at the same time, I'm going, okay, you know, for my sanity, can you let other people see you too and experience so that we know that you know, and it did happen. That, you know, there were 7 of us who experienced the same thing. So I believe, yeah, they come, especially when we're open-hearted. You know, when
Yes.
our heart is open and we're not willing to judge or to show proof, that's when they come in.
Well, that was one of the themes of when we had you on the show, and they were saying proof about people. They don't want people who seek proof, right? Did you listen back to it? That was one of the things they said to you, right?
Yeah, and it made sense. That's why I'm repeating it. I was like, wow, this is amazing. Because
Yeah.
we've never, you know, whenever we've gone out, we've never gone out with the intention of going hunting for them. It's more like, well, they showed up. It's like, hello, you know, thank you for coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Well,
one of the most beautiful experiences that we've had was that situations.
yeah. Well, Arla told me very early on, and you know, this is who I am anyway, and I was called into this even before I realized it. So I kind of had that knowing anyway, but she did remind me, which I'm grateful for, that, you know, number one is respect. And they're hitting me up with energy. Well, I'm getting blasted with you know, and just what you said, Gail, you go in there and you know, like, you know, don't invade their living room, don't tromp all over like you own the woods and go through their home and, you know, and think of them as monsters and as and this and that. If you want to connect with these people, you have to do it through the heart, like you said. And number one thing is you have to have respect. So
And that's for yourself too. That respect, you know, works in all kinds of ways, which Kashima said very early on. Humans don't respect the water. You don't respect the air. You don't respect the earth. You don't respect each other. And the worst is you have no respect for yourself. And one of the things that they do is to lead us to ourselves. Because basically, that's what it's about. It's not about finding out all these things about them. It's about opening up and finding out who we really are. And I told people that for years and years. You may go out and think that you're going to learn something about them. And it's true, you will. But in the end, if your heart is open, you're going to find yourself there. And that's where so many people are at now. They're finding out who they are.
yeah. Anybody else want to chime in on that, or should we
I
move
wanted
on?
to say about that thing about
Mr. Beans, can I
What?
ask you something?
What?
Why do you? And it's not a criticism. You keep leaning into your mic, and then it's just like
My light fell over, so I had to reach up and get my light. It was falling over. It looked like this.
okay, but you don't. Okay,
I can do that.
all right. But when you scream
So
into your mic,
anyways, enough criticism. I wanted to say that the whole story that Arla said was, I agree 100% about the respect and the self-respect. And there's a lot that we can learn about self-respect and you know, connecting to the earth, to the water, to the air, to the sky, you know, because that's where we're going.
Well, the energetic and electrical differences that your aura emits in the level of love and respect is quite different than the fear energy that you would have, given that people who don't know of this topic will have that first nature of fear because they don't know.
Right.
So it's depending on, because our eyes can only see again certain frequencies as well as our ears. So who's to say that they can't see that energetic property of each individual person better than we can, where we need electrospectrometers to actually see, and we can actually prove that, but other animals can't. Not that they're animals either, but plenty of other life on this earth has a different respect and relationship with nature due to the fact of different energy and light levels.
Absolutely. And you're right. They do see what we're all about, and they know us more intimately than we do in a way because of that being able to read the energy and stuff. So
you don't have to talk to anybody to see them or understand them. They can just simply look at somebody and tell they're a little mean.
Well, not only look, they can feel the energy. They can just tell by the energy. Why don't we get Mr. Where are we now? Mr. Gagey. You haven't said anything for a while. Do you want to tell us share a beautiful story with us or something?
Sure. I would like to. First off, my name's Patrick Gagey. I'm from New York. How's everyone doing?
Yay! Hey there, Patrick.
Merry Christmas, Patrick.
Merry Christmas to you. And
if anybody tells me I can't say that, well, I can say it.
Brian, can I interject real quick?
You can, man.
I'm going to have to leave shortly. I've got to check on my son, and then I'm take my mother-in-law around. So I wanted to say, thank you.
You go first. You go first. Then you go first.
No.
We all came here to share. You go.
Let him finish. You cut him off. He's got something to want to say.
No. I want him to speak. When I get done, if y'all are still going, I'll jump back in.
Yeah, cool.
Well, why don't?
But I wanted to say thanks.
How long do you have?
I literally I've got a bolt, but I just want to say thanks to everybody. It's always a great learning experience to hear everybody's viewpoints and perspectives.
Okay, I'm just going to say you don't have 5 minutes, and then you can go and you can share something.
Brian, he's got to go. Listen up. He's got to go. Let him go, and he'll come back.
That's the beauty of the show.
I could just say that I really liked hearing what y'all were saying about the whole energetic thing. I will add that for now, simply that because I did come from a place of fear growing up, and it is how you perceive your surroundings that creates those surroundings. It's like literally you're painting your reality in front of you, and then walking into that reality. So anyway, I do have to run. I appreciate that. I did. But if it's still going, I'll check back in and see if y'all are still going.
Yeah, we should be here for a while. So just the link will be open. Just come on back in.
All right, thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
And before we see you, buddy. We'll see you soon. And before we get back into Patrick, if anybody else has to run, just let us know if you want to share your story. Sooner than later, or. Then that's fine. So Patrick.
Yes, my story long, so I'll kind of shrink it up a little bit with my experiences. Also, I have hair I'd like to share that was gifted to me in a picture of Unessa. And also, I'd like to know if Gail Fowler was up for any channelings. Kylie, my twin flame's higher self.
Oh, well, I don't know. Are you, Gail?
Whatever comes in. But I'm going to have to leave too. So not right now, but I'm, like I said, I'm headed out to Hawaii. So I got to pack.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
We can do that.
Well, how about we get you up next, Gail? Are you going to have time for that? If we put.
Sure.
Okay. So did you want something to ask Gail and Patrick about your twin flame?
No, I believe she just wanted to talk, to everybody probably, maybe miss some messages.
So Patrick, you know that you've got the feeling in your heart. It's a matter of allowing it to come out of your mouth.
She's right on my back, actually.
So that's where it's like, I think a lot of us especially with the channeling part, we're like expect somebody else is the one who needs to speak. I was that way, but when I kind of got out of my own way, it comes through. So
Well, I know
feel
she
like,
loves me.
well, so you just allow yourself to stop, listen, and she may not say words. It may be emotions. So
Yeah.
pay attention to that part of it.
Yeah, I feel that right now, actually. So I really got my start with the Sasquatch watching In Search of in the 70s. My dad got me into it. And then, believe it or not, I was bored one day in 2019 in May. I went on YouTube to look at people's stories and stuff about Sasquatch, and that's when I came across the video of Sasquatch Speaks. So I watched that 3 times every day after work, and the third time when Kwani Lapsaritis says that the Sasquatch told them they were going to start going out and talking, that was good enough for me. So I went to Happy Valley on state land, and that's where I got my interaction there right away. So I got in the car. I got a howl, and then I went into the woods, and that's when I found one of them tree breaks, and that's where I felt their energy. I was high as a kite all day, and it seemed like they reached in and grabbed my heart as well, you know. But I've seen them dematerialize in front of me twice. I've seen them at the corner of my eye at work during the day. It looked just like the Sasquatch that was on Discovering Bigfoot with Todd Standing, the one standing behind the pine tree. That's what he looked like. And I've seen telepathic images all the time. I mean, I can close my eyes right now and see them. And Kylie's higher self. And I also I listened to music with them in the house, and I sang to them, and I watch TV with them. I jam with them with the radio in the car because they go wherever I go, you know. I got this hair right here. This is Yanessa's. She gifted me that in Washington. And when I first got it, and I seen it on the roadside there. I was just walking the entrance right there to the campground, and it was right there on the side of the road. And something told me I picked that up, and I smelt it, and it had a nice sweet aroma to it. It smelled like bazooka bubblegum, actually. And this is Whoopaton's. She gifted that to me in Washington. And I seen her back here. She dematerialized because I had a Sasquatch researcher here. Could just come over and check things out. And she's got to be over 20 feet tall. She has some long, beautiful blonde hair. It was a side view of her, but I could tell she had some black hair in her face. I got this hair. This is Roxy's. She didn't gift me this past Thanksgiving. It was the other Thanksgiving. I found it on the floor by my wheelbarrow. I was bringing in firewood. Pretty good, huh?
Wow, yeah.
This is the portrait of Nessa right here that Sue Walker did. Sue Walker messaged me, and she said Nessa gave her a nudge and like to have her portrait done. And that was a surprise to me, because I didn't really ask for the portrait, but she wanted it done, and I was pretty thrilled that she was going to do that. Everyone see
Really
it all right?
expressive face. Yeah, we can see it. Yeah, very, very well. Yeah.
We saw the braided beads too. Yeah.
So I've had an amazing journey with them, you know, and they're a lot of fun.
Yeah. 3 gifts to her. That's pretty special.
Yeah.
Barbara's got to go. So anytime you want to go, Barbara, just wave goodbye.
Bye. Merry Christmas.
Bye. Bye.
Love you.
Love you. Bye, Isla.
Bye.
This is Riley. She lives in Australia. And I met her on Awakening Souls Dating. And I decided to go on the, because I was on there like over a year now. And just one day I decided to go on there and say, "What's up, ladies?" And she responded. And she was only on there for a day. And she responded, and I sent her a friend request, and we started talking. And, you know, right now, you know, we're madly in love with each other, and we're sharing information. And she's been doing the work for a long time. She's got a t-shirt at the Buddhist monk. She learned about mindfulness and doing a lot of meditation, and we share each other meditations that they do, and she tells me about her experiences in meditation. Like, I was really amazed. She told me that Archangel Michael came to her in a meditation and said, "I'm really happy that you found Patrick." So that was awesome.
Wow, yeah. Well, when somebody like that says that, that's a pretty good recommendation, right?
Excuse me,
cool.
Patrick, did you say Michael?
Yeah, Archangel Michael. I seen
Okay,
him.
Brian.
He came in. I did that golden timeline meditation, Brian. I shared with you, and at the end, he came flying down. He was wearing armor, and he had his arms up like that, like cheering me on. You did it, Pat.
Armor of God.
Yeah.
Patrick,
So if anybody wants to check the meditations out, it's very beneficial, especially the golden timeline one, because the girl in the universe, she works with the angelica realms, those beings, and it's called the solar flash homework, because we got a solar flash that's going to be coming, and it's going to surround the earth with energy, and I believe there's going to be the big spiritual awakening. And
if I may share with the group, part of what Brian was saying at the beginning of this show came to mind especially, and it already was on my mind to mention, but Michael the Archangel visiting you, it is huge. I'm blessed with a number of visitations in my lifetime, and I will say from the universe teeming with life, that other beings and other crafts, my first sighting was in Georgia and near Atlanta, and the craft was definitely, they know, and I believe firmly that they do contact you. If they want you to know who they are, where they are, they contact you, and that's the end of it. But recently, about now 4 months ago, 5 or so, I was at a local tool store. Well, my bride and I were going to the grocery store. Right in the middle of driving to that location, I knew we were out of AA batteries. So we stopped at a local tool store, Harbor Freight, and just, I was in midstream and it suddenly was drawn right to that store. Now that I know, we walked in, I got the batteries, and there was a lady at the checkout.
Elsa. Come on, Elsa. Come on, Elsa. Come on, Elsa. Elsa. Elsa, come here.
So when I entered the store, I came up to the cashier, and this lady was very nice, looked at me. I gave them my account number, and then we proceeded to buy the batteries. And she kept looking to the right, not directly at me. And then finally she said, "Sir, do you have a question?" I hadn't noticed until that time there was a middle-aged gentleman, properly dressed, and he was looking straight at me. And with all the writing and research I've done, it comes to pass that he looked at me and he said, "God bless you," 3 times. And being that he was Mexican, I speak Spanish too. So I said, "What is your name?" in Spanish. And he said, "Michael." And I said, "And your last name?" "Angel." And
Nice.
he said, "God bless you," the second time, and shook my hand both times. And I said, "Well, that's very, very, very nice of you. And I need all the help and the love I can get." And then
absolutely.
And so I said, "Donde son?" And I said, "Where are you from?" And he said, "Heaven." And I just stopped, and in full view of everyone else. And I said, "Well, thank you very much," in Spanish. And he said, "No one believes, but you do. God bless you," a third time. He shook my hand. And at that point, I was pretty much speechless. And he turned and started walking away. So I asked Liz, "Did you see where he was going?" He said, "Looked like he was going to the aisle over at the end, but he disappeared." And so that with Ari as well is part of the experiences I've had. But Michael the Archangel did come personally to visit me. And
that's awesome.
Message, Patrick, is like, you can't undo it, can you? Once it happens, it's just
Oh,
there.
yeah.
That's part of the experience. So I wanted to share that part with you.
Oh, thank you very much.
With all of you.
Beautiful.
Sorry.
That's beautiful. Hey,
Every time I hear about Archangel Michael, I think to myself, what am I, chopped liver?
Yes. Easy, Michael.
You're the world's most handsomest man. Come on.
Hey,
Yeah,
let's get Gail in because she
Definitely
has
got
to leave.
some feathers around my back there.
Pride comes before the fall, right?
He's due for a big fall.
That happened. That happened a long time ago.
Hey, Gail.
Yes.
Slip in there before you have to leave because we'd love to hear something from you.
Yeah. So, I mean, in my experience, I always believed, even as a child, and I think we talked about whether there were any Sasquatch in Hawaii. And I said, we never called him that, but it could have been considered a very hairy Hawaiian man. It's like, you never know. It's simple stories. But I was never really looking. They showed up. And I find it fascinating for me because I always doubt, going, did that really happen? I need other people to see that. And they do talk to me when I'm going, okay, that was kind of weird. Did anybody else hear that? It's like a constant thing. So I'm still a big skeptic, but yet when I connect, I can feel it in my heart. Then I know it to be true. And it was not easy to let go of control because it seems like that was what stopped me. And it's just funny because they say, well, why can't you remember things? I said, I have no clue. I said, I just figured it's because I want to control everything. And that's not what they're doing. They're just trying to share their message. So when I do connect, I always am humbled and just in amazement and in awe.
Yeah.
So,
may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you believe that they can also help heal you?
Oh, thank you for saying that because they are part of my healing practice.
I have something else I'd love to share before you go then that recently happened, and this is in the past week. About a month ago, I have had from an old professional bowling accident, I have a subluxation of my vertebrae in the third lumbar area. And it went out again, and I couldn't really walk for the last few weeks, hardly at all. Then I went and prayed, and Ari is one of the people that helped heal me, I know, because of the individuals with whom I'd had commiseration. Not only Michael the Archangels, without getting into a big story, I'm sure Ari helped me because it was about 4 days ago at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm always awake at 3 in the morning for some reason. And I get the 4s from the angels all the time. I was laying on my right side, and I felt, lay on your right side. And at 4 in the morning, I felt clunk, clunk as my vertebrae went back in line. I was ready to go to a doctor to get my back fused. I was done because I didn't have problems for years. Then I have problems again. Now it's almost gone to the other side, but it's not a slipped disc. I firmly believe that they healed me because I asked for it in prayer and in meditation, because I'm a transcendental meditator. And it went back into line, and now I'm jumping and walking all around again. That really happened.
Just don't overdo it.
But I'm careful. You're right, Gail. I am very careful not to undo what has been done. But holistic healing is very real, and you have to get your ego out of the way, bring your heart in like a child, and it happens.
Right.
I got a question.
I was gonna say it needs to be said in truth and in faith, like you said.
Without
doubt.
Right back
we
to you,
were
my friend.
gifted
It's true.
the wood that we call the squashy wood, and we were up, in the mountains in the Navajo reservation. And he was 9-year-old grandson of one of the ladies that went up with us. Okay, we were looking for wood for fire. Well, you give a 9-year-old a hatchet and you never know what he's going to come back with. But what he came back with was his towel full of these wood shards. And he said the Sasquatch said to use this. Now, he hadn't been gone that long, So it's like, well, somebody helped him. So, you know, my logical brain's going, oh, we got kindling for the fire. And he said, no. So we touched it. And the wood was like, oh, this is pretty zinging. And he told us how to use it because they told him. And it was like drawing a box. He says it's like going into a garbage, what does he call it? Like a trash compactor. You stand in there and you just let all the junk that you have release, either down to Mama Earth or up to Father Sky, whichever feels comfortable to you. And so here we have this wood that's just amazing. And so that, again, that's the healing part of it. We had a person who I didn't know she had this problem. She got hurt by not falling out of the plane. It's the landing part she got hurt. So I didn't know that she could only extend her out so far. After she did that, standing in the box, she could put her hand over her head. And she's like, I can do this. I'm going, me too. She goes, no, you don't understand. I couldn't do this before. And then one of the husbands who came with, he went and took a nap, and you know, he didn't bring anything fancy other than his backpack. I mean, his sleeping bag. So he kind of his hip was kind of hurting. Walked into the square, did something. He started moving his hips around. He goes, wow, this is amazing. So I do work with them a lot in the healings, and they've even shown me visions about certain herbs and stuff to use. And I'm like, I got to make sure it's safe, you know, just so they show me and then I have to double check. So I mean, yes, I feel that they are healers, and I've seen visions of them working with us to help us on this path.
Yeah. Hey, Gail, you said,
Yes?
About their teachings or whatever. Can you give us an overview of what their teachings are, what their messages are? Or maybe you said messages.
Well, both. I mean, they've taught me a lot too. Some of them are the main thing is with our emotional healing and the traumas that we carry, that it doesn't serve anyone to hold those within. Mm-hmm. We have the memory of them, but it should not become a part of us. You know, so some people, they define themselves based on that trauma. So drawing that box and releasing is part of that process. Because once we can release all that, then we're like, now we have more room in our heart to work more. So, and there's been just amazing things and gifts they leave. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, I was always shocked going, well, I'm not sure. And you pick it up. Ooh, okay, it's all buzzing. Going, okay, never mind. I know it's from them. And I just say thank you. And in the oddest places, doesn't have to be in the forest, which shocked me. You know, it was in my office. I was telling the other day, in my office, and it ground into the carpet into a swirl was their hair. Wow. Because I'm like, there's no dog that came in and rubbed his butt down there to cause us, you know, I said, what is this? You know, my logical brain's trying to make sense. But when I picked it up, it was all buzzy. Then I got all excited about it. It says, well, Gail, you asked, why are you so surprised? I'm like, I don't know. I just was. But I think overall, and this is where we talk again about the bad and the good, you may be in a group and some people may hear and some people may not. Doesn't mean that one's better than the other. Maybe it's their perceptions, right. You know, like somehow I can see them and feel them much quicker. I don't know why, but it just happens that way. So I will say, okay, guys, I'm feeling their presence. Or when we were walking in the forest and we're all looking down for footprints. And then I heard, look up, look up. And I'm like, well, yeah, because you know, they're up in the trees. We didn't realize. We're all looking down for their footprints. So being open to hearing in whatever capacity it is, or sensing, is the amazing part. And Graham, when you talked about the ancient ones, it's funny that you use that because that's how there is a group that speaks to me and they're called the Ancient Ones. And so I was like, when you spoke, my heart just filled. It's like, that's them. So I just wanted to tell you that. Sure. I almost cried because the way you were speaking, how they spoke, that's them. That's totally them.
Yeah.
So thank you for sharing that.
I got voice speak twice. I was just waking up because a day before I was talking to Garrett Duncan, and Snowhawk said, hello, Pat, as I was waking up. And then another time I heard kids laughing in my head, only because I got marshmallows in my right armpit. They got me with some marshmallows.
That's the thing we doubt, right? We doubt, but they are definitely tricksters and pranksters. They love to do that, and so this is the last thing before I leave. It's just a funny part. People talk about leaving healthy foods out there for them. That's what they want. Well, on the way in, I kept, where we're going, we knew where we were going to go. We said we always leave offerings, and I kept seeing this fudge striped Keebler cookies. I'm like, okay. I said, somebody must want it, so I bought it. And so when we went, there's this big stump, and we're putting all of our little, gifts and foods and stuff. And I have a picture of it, and it looks like somebody went in and picked up that one stack of those cookies, that particular cookies, and took it out of the whole, everything that was left. And the first time we did, we got the message about, I said, I don't know, guys, I keep seeing Reese's peanut butter cups. And that was the first time that we went out. It's like, I don't know why. I mean, yeah, I like them, but not that much. Why does it keep popping in my head? And so we would leave them out. And, it's not like it's totally gone. You can tell the chipmunks must have been chewing on it. But there was, and I'm not kidding, like a tongue licked onto the top of there's several of these, Reese's peanut butter cups. I mean, could a deer made them? They would have ate the whole thing, but it was specifically made in this tongue thing, and we felt a lot of those were the young ones, the rascally ones. They're the ones who are more interacting, and so it made sense.
Gail on this talking about us leaving healthy things out for them. For years, I ate honey buns. I don't eat honey buns anymore, but they would get my honey buns out of my car when we had a camp out in Georgia for years. And one year specifically, I told the kids, I said, stay out of my car and leave my honey bun alone. I only have one honey bun left. Well, it was just a friend and I were there before everybody else got up. So the next morning I get up and I open my car door and there's a footprint down by my brake and stuff in the front. And my honey bun, the only one I had left, was underneath my car. So I probably was getting up and they were in the process of getting my last honey bun, and it got dropped and they took off. And I was like, okay, you leave a footprint and you're after my honey bun. So yeah,
They're kids,
kids are kids. I don't care what kind of kids they are.
Right, exactly. And that's what we've experienced too. So yeah, I would say for people who are saying, well, I don't hear them, it's not all about just hearing with your ears. Sometimes it's a sense of knowing. And I don't know, Graham, how you receive things, but sometimes it just pops in my head, or I may see something, and I'm, especially with the seeing part, I'm like the jaw drop. Am I seeing what I'm seeing? With my eyes, not my inner sight. And that's been amazing. So talk about wanting to see them in person and things. I said, in my heart I do, but don't be offended if I like run first and then I come back. Okay, it's all good. I'm human. I got this. It's going to take a while for me to get used to it. So I just want to, with my closing, I want to share a story from a friend of mine. She was in Washington State, and they had a lot of activity at their place they were renting. It's in the, you're in the wooded area, very, very dense woody. So she went out during the day all ready. She says, I am ready for the connections. I'm ready. So she walked out there, says, okay, I'm ready to connect. And she said something whacked her on her butt and she yelled, I'm not ready, and ran away. So it's that sense of play to help us not be afraid.
Yeah.
And so so with the group that I hang out with, and it's funny because we're all like, we sense them, we can pick them up. But when we go out there, some of us are more bold and says, I'm ready. I'm like, okay, can I bring my flashlight? Like, little things like that. And, but there's just, they sense, they know me, but it hasn't stopped my interaction with them, which has just been amazing. And again, I always say, I'm humbled and just grateful for that opportunity.
They were waiting for you. They
Well,
were waiting for you.
It's just funny because that's the whole thing. I was like, but I wasn't looking. I just believed that they existed. So I didn't need the proof, but they kept doing that. I'm thinking, well, I always ask for proof. So there you go. Why are you complaining now? So yeah, well, I was trying to ask them if they had any channeled messages that they wanted to share. What I got was, and I call them the council because there's so many of them, and they have like they have different colored hair, or some people call it fur. I call it hair. I just feel this sense of joy, and really their hearts are overflowing. That we are come together to speak about it, and contrary to other people's beliefs, it doesn't matter what other people believe. It's what we've experienced ourselves.
Yep.
And so when we can share those experiences, whether someone believes or not, doesn't matter. But those who do believe or may have doubt, and then they found like, you went through that too? It helps because I do feel like they're going to come in and teach us whatever it is that we have to remember what we forgot.
Yes.
And so I keep seeing the vision of them. In one case, for me, it's like there's only 3 in particular there's 3 of us total, and there is a very tall male medicine man, people of the forest, or SASQUATCH, you want to say. And he comes in with his medicine bag. And I'm just so waiting to see what is it that he wants to teach us. So I will definitely keep you informed when that happens, because I know it when.
Yeah, well, you're part of the show now, so we we want to have you back lots on these panels and stuff like that. It's yeah, you're a beautiful person.
Thank you.
Thank you
I'm
so
gonna
much
go
for
check it out. If any of them want to join me in Hawaii, I'm gonna say, okay, are you from here, or pop in?
Who wouldn't want to go to Hawaii?
I mean, that's why we talk about who, they would love to come to Hawaii, but I have a feeling that they've been there all along, but it's not referred to the same way, because a lot of the Hawaiian cultures, and it's more, it's not something you openly speak about, those type of things.
Well, they're interdimensional, but they have their own ships too.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Well, and we also all know that they just go wherever their people are. Like they left 3 significant signs for Sue when she was in Hawaii recently. Even showed up in front of her daughter in a mirror, and her daughter says, "Mom, a Sasquatch is here," kind of thing. So time and space is not.
And our younger, the kids, oh my gosh, the human kids, if you ask them, and they will tell you the stories. They say, well, nobody believes us. I said, I believe you. So you listen, and it's just amazing. And even as adults, being able to see the experiences, we're like kids again, in awe. And so
do you have any stories, Gail, with the Ponte, interacting with them?
I interacted with the Ponte with Sue and Otter. So the Ponte came in. Garrett had more experience with them. I just feel that they are really trying to acclimate to existing here, being a part of, not just coming in to learn and leave. So what I've been told, and this is where I'm trying to get validation from other people, which, that's just my logical brain. I feel like they're gonna be coming here, and we're gonna need to learn to coexist with others. But I also believe that those who have been existing here will come forward.
Yeah.
So our roles are more of the ambassadors or the liaisons to help them fit into our society. I'm like, well, why can't we be all of us? But we know we have problems as humans, coexisting. But I do feel in my heart that that's when they talk about the ascension and all of that stuff, I don't see us leaving. I see more coming.
Right.
Because we have this beautiful place to live. and we have a uniqueness about us with, we know, most of us have our emotions and our heart on our sleeves. That's not something that you find out there.
Yeah.
So
I see the ascension. I see the ascension as just a knowing, as like our energy rises so that we don't have these negative, lower vibrational thoughts and whatever. That's
Right.
how I see it. It's a conscious shift, but we're not actually going anywhere. We're just
Well, that's
you know.
like Kashima has called this all along, is we are coming to the time of knowing, and that is an ascension past what we humans have accepted. In every time I talk about the time of knowing, I'm like this one big ball of chills, and they're running up my legs and then on my arms and in my heart, my head, my hair. And so that's where we're coming in. Oh, yes, there are more and more coming, because I've been working with some others who are coming too and are actually here. So I love that you talked about that, Gail. Thank you.
Yeah, I just
all
got
I
thrilled
just asked them,
just on that topic. Yeah, go ahead, Gail. Sorry.
all I have to say, all I ask them is to don't freak me out. So give me, give me a warning before you just pop in front of me.
Yeah.
Because I am human and I made you the light instead of him. But I just feel like that's where we're going.
Yeah.
And so we're not going to be alone, and that we can all come together and help. So that's just my take on it. And I know a lot of people are talking about leaving. I said, well, I don't want to leave.
No,
I love it here.
I don't believe that. I think we're just, people like us are here to help normalize this kind of stuff to people, and
if I could,
Awesome.
Brian, if I may,
we just need
before
to help
Gail leaves, I
heal.
wanted to share something with all of you. It was another event that has happened as of yesterday. When I hear end times, I mean, I've heard so many common denominators, no matter who has a faith in what arena. There are plenty of common denominators that show that the awakening is here, and the promises that have been stated and said and acted out upon in common sense, not in mystery, is the opposite of the end times, which blows my mind. Everything is happening. Well, I mentioned the story earlier, and it's very brief. We have this gray kitty outside. Liz loves cats. We had 2 cats inside the house. Every cat that we have repatriated, and karma is neither positive nor negative. You make positive or you make negative. And these animals, we love them, and they all were feral. And therefore, that we brought in the latest gray cat yesterday. The story is that we had a gray kitty who was kind of the sire of the neighborhood for all the kitty cats. And we took care of that cat, uncut, outside cat, would not let us put him into a cat carrier to take to the vet to get neutered. So we just loved the cat, did it as it was. Suddenly the cat disappeared. And within 1 month, whether you want to call it reincarnation or water, mystical or however, all of a sudden, this beautiful, large gray cat shows up with the same markings. But it was a younger cat. We just brought him in 2 days ago, actually. And all 3 of the cats are getting along very well. And for years, I've never had a cat jump on my lap here in the office until we call him Gray now. He shows up totally responsive. He got on my lap while I was working on my book, and I'm like, wow, well, hello there. And we've got peace and harmony inside of our home, and all 3 cats are getting along marvelously.
Maybe the cat is showing up too to help you with your book.
Oh, I'm so blessed with so many people helping me. I'm when you mentioned gratitude and love and caring, I'm overflowing. And when Brian got Michael to get started with the Pork and Beans show, I didn't know them yet, except for another friend of ours in a group. And nothing happens by accident. Everything that Brian started in love, that's what he's all about, is exactly happening right here and now. And I'm so honored, humbled, and blessed. All I can be is thankful.
Yes. Thank you so much for inviting me again. So
yeah,
there'll be
You're welcome anytime, Gail.
Thank you.
You're part of the
You come to
family
my
now.
house too, Gail.
I'll be there. Let me know.
All
I
right.
think it's going to be a year of travel, is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
2020 is probably going to be a year of travel. So I said,
Yeah.
okay, well then take care of, make sure that I can do what I need to do. And my dear friend Garrett says, if you want me to do the work, you need to find a way for, to take care of the muggle stuff while we go and explore. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Gail,
Melikalikimaka, Mekahole, Makahikaho. Oh, yes.
are you friends with Garrett Duncan?
Yes. He's my brother from
Okay.
another
My brother as
lifetime.
well. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's the one who opened the doors for me. And he's
Yes.
also the one who kicked me out of the nest so I could start doing this on my own.
Nice.
Because
That
otherwise
sounds
I'd be
familiar.
behind him.
Yeah.
Gail
Right.
Melikalikimaka.
Thank you. So Mecca Haole Makahikiho is Happy New Year. So
Aloha.
blessings everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for inviting me again.
Oh, you're welcome.
Bye, Gail.
Anytime. I just want to show you now this picture that the hello that Sue saw just for
I'll
Barb
see
or whatever. Can you see that, guys?
Not yet. It's
Hello.
loading.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I've got a story to tell you guys about them writing like that.
Okay,
We
so
have a
like,
story-
yeah, let me just finish this, and then we're gonna get we got to get to Kevin Carney and
Well, I'll share it the next time
Sandy
we come
too.
together.
Okay, well, you can share it right after I quickly tell you this. So, okay, so like Sue said, she was saying that to the fern fawns or whatever, and I mean, just imagine, instantaneously this shows up right below her feet. Hello, I mean,
Sweet.
that's just beautiful stuff. I mean, just beautiful stuff. And actually, there's just quickly, I think she went back the next day and she saw a stump structure. A structure because they're always making structures in this area she goes to. So she found a little candy wrapped in a wrapper. It was one of those little red and white candies you get at the restaurants, that they give you after you pay your bill. And she picked it up and she threw it towards the structure, and it went just over top of it, and she didn't think any more of it. She was offering it to them. So the next day she's taking this, she was looking around in her house before she moved here, and there was a little Sasquatch stuffed animal up on the shelf, and she'd been there for 3 or 4 years, hadn't touched it once. It just sat there, never touched it even one time. For some reason, thought placement, of course, like Barb, like we were talking about. I know they put thought placement in her head because for some reason she reached up and grabbed that stuffed animal, and as she was pulling it off the shelf, the same identical little candy fell from the shelf onto the floor. So
That's them.
yeah, absolutely. So who was saying they wanted to share something with about
The writings. I was saying that.
Yeah. Who was that?
So, okay, I got a few more minutes real quick. So
Oh,
when
okay.
we were on the reservation, this is the first time we're headed up to the, as a group, up to Garrett's family sheep camp. And that night I got sick. I was like, I think too much energy, whatever it was. So I stayed back and the rest went off somewhere else. And then they came back and they said, did you see this drawing out here? I said, what are you talking about? I haven't even been outside. So I went out to look, and there's a drawing, and it looked like the earth. And they left some crystals and it's a local area crystal and an owl feather, and it said love, but it was drawn in the dirt. Of course, Navajo does not want to see owl. That was something like that's a big no. I had no idea. So we know that nobody from his brothers or sisters didn't do that.
Yeah.
But it was just amazing. They just left it there, and it was like, this is what we needed, because we were purposely coming together so we can connect for the better, of all. And it was just amazing. Because they asked me if I drew it. I said, no, I didn't even step out of the place. Also, there was an RV that was there, and when they got up, there was a ring of black, looked like almost like charcoal ash around the RV. Well, nobody else put that. We didn't see it until they moved it. And so when the others went away, they went to the place where Garrett knew that's where you can find this ash. It's like, when you see the different lines of different types of sediment, and there one of those layers was this charcoal, which I believe is probably a time when there was fire there. But for it to have been drawn and put it out like that as a protection, that was amazing.
Wow. Yeah.
It's like you don't have to ask too; they'll just do it.
Yeah. And, I mean, I'm sure many of us have seen that so many times that, one time, maybe some really weird coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence, but when it happens over and over and over, like Arla's experienced that, I've experienced that. I'm sure many of us have. We just begin to know it for what it is, and it's just direct communication with them or whoever is leaving the message. And it's beautiful, beautiful stuff.
All right. Well, I've got to head out. Thank you so much again. And we'll touch
and-
base later. Okay.
Yeah, and-
Bye.
And people talk about proof and stuff. Well, that's kind of like, we're not all about proof, but that's the proof that they give us just by the interaction and that kind of stuff, and the knowings they give us.
Who hasn't had a chance to speak? Yeah. Who hasn't had a chance to speak?
Yeah, I was saying, Kevin Carney and his beautiful bride haven't had a chance to speak. Sandy, do you want to?
They spoke already a little bit. Oh, they just said hello.
Yeah, they just said hello. Do you want to?
There we go. Hi, guys.
Brian, my name is Sandy. Sandy, like the beach.
I did say Sandy.
Did you?
Yes. I've got Alzheimer's, so.
You got old timers.
Old timers, I mean, yeah. But I remember your name.
I think it's going around.
It's Sandy, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
If you like me, it's Sandy.
You guys want to chip in and make some comments?
After that beautiful commentary and story.
I'm thinking all we had was knuckle dragon stuff with vocals and glyph changes, but we were sitting here chatting and no, we've had more than that, primitive stuff. And Sandy was just talking about a glyph. The conversation's going a little bit more spiritual than I was expecting, but It
well, that's
is.
what the show's about, right?
But we've experienced a certain degree of that as well. And one of the you should actually speak about it, but we had something happen here. Right here at the top of the stairs. So go ahead.
This has been a couple of years ago, and I think everything is a progression. So we all start out physical, and as time goes on, it becomes more metaphysical. At least that's been our experience. And when I'm talking to others, they're basically saying the same thing. We all started somewhere. And so I never like to dismiss or forget those people that are just starting out because we've been there. A couple of years ago, we had this, I can't even remember the time of year. I think it was late spring or early summer. And I had woken up and was having these thoughts about concerns for a particular friend of ours that had health issues.
Yeah, a mutual friend.
Yes.
Among a few of us here in this group.
And so a message came to my head, and it said that this person would die alone. And it was so disconcerting to me. I got up and got out of bed and came upstairs and put the coffee on. And long story short, I started just kind of sweeping the floor. And I looked down on the rug where I had just been, and here is some dune grass in the shape of an eye. And you found kind of
this is right after she swept the area, and Sandy is a clean freak. Okay, really. I mean, nothing gets by her. And right after she swept, there is this dune grass, and
Anyway, so you when you look at this picture, Kevin's got
It looks to me, for you music guys, if you remember Alan Parsons Project and the Eye in the Sky album cover, it's exactly what it looked like. Here it is. I just brought it up.
So minus the eyebrow and minus the curly cues underneath, take out this part.
That's what it looked like.
And it was on the rug. And so I called Kevin up because he was working at the time and he was in his office. And I said, you need to come see this. We had never had any kind of gift in the house or glyph in the house before. And I had just had that message in my head. And so he came up and he was looking at it. And when he touched it, it was kind of like spring loaded and it just burst apart. But what I took from that was that they were leaving us a message that they had a watchful eye. Maybe over that situation or over us or
that
both, that individual, but they were watching. They had a watchful eye. So we kept it. We actually picked up the glyph and we framed it, and it's downstairs.
Before I touched it, we were able to photograph it.
Yes.
And when I wanted to salvage it, that's when it sprung apart. But we were able to kind of recreate
Put it back. So a couple of months later, we go. Now, this is always in my head, right? Because everything's a lesson. So we go off to a camp down in Skamania County, and there's just a few of us. And we are up at the end of this unknown dirt road. There's nothing beyond us. And the next camp down from us was a mile away. And when we got to this camp, I was very uncomfortable. I didn't care for this little campsite off the side of this dirt road in the middle of nowhere, but that's where we were. And Kevin had a feeling that we shouldn't go in the forest there.
There was a section of timber that I would not go into. In fact, there was it looked like there was a structure there. And somebody was very insistent that we take a look. I went in there and said, yeah, that's it. I got out. I mean, it's just this section of timber I was not comfortable at all being in. It was not for me.
So anyway, we set up our camp. I go to bed early because I'm an early riser. I can hear everybody out at the campfire talking, and I turn out my light in the tent and I lay down. And as soon as I close my eyes, this very, I'm going to say handsome because it wasn't scary, this beautiful Sasquatch face shows up right in my mind's eye. It was right there. And he just looked at me. And I was comfortable. It wasn't fearful. I started talking to him in my head, just my thoughts, relaying messages. He never spoke to me. He just looked at me. And it was like he was so soulful and he was looking in my soul. And there was this beautiful connection. And I just felt that he was going to watch over us. So as I'm talking to him, I'm asking questions and I know the answer before he even puts a thought in my head. But I was trying to make conversation and build trust, right? Because I had never seen this individual before. We had never been to this area before. But he knew of us and he was right there. He was very handsome. I will say he did not have hair on his face. All his hair was back from his face. But he had the most beautiful eyes, and they were big. They were brown with dark brown veins running in his, where our eyes have sclera, the white, his were brown. The whole eye was brown and with dark brown veins, and his pupil was gold colored. And it had a little line up and a little line down, but it was just this beautiful, soulful look that he was giving me, that I felt comfortable because I just knew he was there to protect us and watch over us. All right, so I go to sleep. We wake up in the morning to something shimmying up the fir tree behind us with claws. And Kevin and I both go, oh, bear, and so we're thinking, okay, there's a bear here in camp. The next day, I get up and I'm got coffee on. I start the fire. I put my chair in front of this little tiny fir tree where I can see 3 sides of camp because I'm still uncomfortable. And all of a sudden I hear purring behind me. And so I'm like, cougar, son of a. And so I hear this purring. I jump up and Kevin hears it. He comes out from the tent and it's like, we have cougar in camp. It's not a bear, it's cougar in camp. And so each morning we were visited by this cougar.
3 mornings in a row.
And on the 3rd morning, we found the prints, and it was a mom and a good sized kitten. And so that led to some more research. But yeah, we had another lady with us, and they were circling her tent early in the morning. And when she set her key fob off and it drew our attention, I got up and I put my boots on, went out of the tent. I'm charging towards her tent to see what's wrong with her. And she's like, Sandy, stop. There's cougar around me. And I'm looking. But when she finally came out of the tent and was telling us the story, she had heard 2 Sasquatch come out of the forest across the road, and she heard them talking back and forth. It was a male, female voice. And she said they stayed around her tent for probably most of the night until dawn. When they left,
that's when the cougar showed up.
And we think that the key fob sent the cougar scampering. And of course, I was banging on my pots and pans by then. But it was a great lesson in the connection that we can have with the forest people. And we truly felt that they were there to protect us and watch over us. And so I always go back to that story because to me, that was such a beautiful, soulful event that probably showed and spoke more to me than any other lesson that they could have given me. It was beautiful.
And there was more evidence as well. We had audio recordings for 2 nights. There was a very large, actually there's two sets of prints around Ashley's tent, and a larger one that we found just walking distance from camp. It was 20 some inches. I mean,
the footprint that was 23 inches.
They grown big in Skamania County. This is Mount St. Helens, Mount Adams area, southern Washington.
Yeah. So it was just a beautiful, lesson, and one
yes,
definitely a lesson.
That they were watching over you, protecting you.
Definitely watching over us. They gave us
absolutely.
the visual of the glyph, and then they were actually there in my mind's eye, and then they were actually there in camp with us. So it's very cool.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
Oh, they were tapping on
her tub.
She had a tub, big tote that she carried her gear in inside the tent, and she could hear him tap 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 on over the course of the night on the tote.
Yeah. And we found the footprints too. So it was very cool. It was just a great connection moment. So yeah, that was beautiful.
I love that. That's beautiful. Hey, Kevin, did you want to talk about George and the glyph? Did you want to talk about that?
About George the owl?
Yeah, Barb's buddy, George. I'd like you to talk about it because to me that was a really big revelation for you. Oh, and I'm getting hit up with energy too. They're saying that really woke you up a little bit.
I'm getting the spidey sense as well.
Oh, are you?
Oh yeah.
It was because you've obviously got a beautiful heart. You're a wonderful guy. But you've also gone the the evidence kind of route and whatever, and trying to stay balanced. But I think that they showed you on that day that wait a minute, there's some serious magical, mystical stuff going on here. Did you want to share that with us? I'm sure Bob would like to hear about George again. Anyway.
Oh, sure. I mean, really, the Barb had the most experience with George, but I think you and I, Brian, we were hiking back to camp. We weren't in camp, but we were inside of camp, where this owl. It was late afternoon, still light out before sunset, and we noticed this owl on the ground. And as we approached, he didn't take off, which was very odd. Number one, it's very odd to see an owl during the daylight. Number two, he was on the ground. That's also very unusual. And
wait a minute, Kevin, I'm sorry. Yeah. It wasn't camp. It wasn't camp. We were in the campground.
It was between the two camps.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah.
It was actually you're right. It was between the two camps. It was but it was still in timber.
Yeah. And Barb was on one side, you were on the other side.
Right.
One camp, she was in the other one, and he, in his activity and stuff, he was in the middle, kind of hanging out.
It was probably about 100 yards apart from the two camps, maybe a little bit less.
Maybe.
As we approached, I saw him take off, and I thought it was just very, very unusual. You know what? I didn't see him on the ground. I saw him like 18 inches off the ground. That's what it was when I first noticed him. And he was just lighting off of the ground. And he just went straight up and landed in one of the branches 20 feet up. And so I walked over to where he was, and there was this amazing glyph right where he was sitting. And then as Brian came up, he said, well, that's Ari's glyph. That's his signature. The kind of, it's like I hate to say it, but it's most resembles a anarchy A symbol, kind of the awkward looking A, but it was the Ari symbol. And that owl, George, stayed in the trees for hours until just before sunset, for hours.
Yeah.
He'd fly back and forth. I mean, he'd go back and forth from, one camp to another, to a third, but he didn't leave the site, which was, I've never seen anything like that before.
Well, and it's no coincidence. And that really showed, when you saw that glyph there, that really opened your mind up a little bit, didn't it?
It's like, there's no, I cannot come up with, because I try to be grounded, like you said.
Yeah.
I try to keep it grounded, I try to keep it real, but I cannot come up with another reason for that happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ari was there the next morning.
Yeah, and then no coincidence that one of the other guys saw Ari walk right through camp.
Oh,
basically
yes.
the same place the next day. And that owl George, he was there for Barb and to teach you something too, obviously. But that was Ari. That was Ari. That was Ari for sure.
It's one of those.
And he's telling me that right now. He's letting me know. Yeah.
When you first mentioned it, and I got that spidey sense, it's like, yeah, this really happened, because I have a tendency to be too grounded sometimes, and I want to cast off real obvious stuff, but there was no other explanation for that happening. Owl there on the ground during the day, walking up to it, and then having this glyph right where he was sitting.
Yeah.
And then having him hang out for hours afterwards. They don't do that. Owls don't do that. George did.
Like I said, George was there mostly for Barb.
I think so. Mm-hmm.
But he had a lesson for you too. And I've seen that owl before in incredible similar kind of circumstances, and that's one of Ari's shape-shifting forms.
Okay.
Well, that was the same camp out where another camper saw, what was it, a 3 or 4 foot white rabbit? Remember that?
Oh yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. We don't have 3 and 4 foot white rabbits.
That's right.
What color was it?
It was white.
It was a white owl.
Well, the owl?
No, it was like a barred owl.
Oh,
We're talking. She thought you meant the rabbit was white. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it white?
Rabbits.
Yeah, white.
The rabbit was white. The owl was normal brown color.
It was, well, yeah, spotted. It was a barred owl.
Yeah.
Okay. Not a spotted owl, but a barred owl. It was larger than a spotted owl. Spotted owls are real small.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've had other experiences up there with them talking to you or visiting you in your tent up there with Brian.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah,
it's a thing.
I was up there.
Go ahead.
Month or so later. It was Brian's birthday. I was able to have the time to spend a weekend up there, and this is in BC, and we stayed up. I had a nighttime sighting across the campfire, talking to Brian. Behind Brian was this 8-foot arm, shoulder, and head silhouette. It was dark. This is in campfire light, but you could absolutely see this silhouette behind Brian, a few feet behind him. And who else was there? Sue had seen something behind us. I mean, down in the gully behind us. Same kind of thing. It was very shadowy, but you can see silhouettes when it's that black and that close. So we stayed up late. It was like 2:00. We just talked all night, and went to bed at 2. And then I heard Brian walking around camp all night, and Brian pissed me off because it's like, dude, we went to bed at 2:00, and he's walking around. I hear him messing with firewood in the truck. I hear him going over to the camp, the campfire ring. We already put the fire out, but still. And for hours he was doing this. It's like, Brian, I know you can build a fire. If you want to build a fire, just do it and be quiet. And this is in my head, I'm thinking. And so for hours is going on. I'm just real negative on Brian. And then I finally start to go to sleep. And then this must have been like 5:00. And then I hear Brian walking up to my tent, and I hear him. I have a rainfly over it, and I hear him come under the rainfly. I hear him open my tent. It's like, what in the hell are you doing? And he comes into my tent. This is, by the way, this is not Brian. Okay, I'm thinking in my head. This is him. And
Kevin, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you can see Brian's preparing proof of picture backup. I guarantee it.
He slept through the whole thing. He was with Sue and Randy B in their tent, and they had a propane heater in there. They were all nice and cozy. So, anyways, this Brian comes into my tent. And that superhero pose where you have one knee on the ground and one knee up, and he's looking over me and he says, Kevin, it's time to, and then I realized this is not Brian, and I kind of snap out of it, and it's all gone, just like that. So I talked to Brian. I was waiting for him to come, get outside the next morning. And his hair was all over the place. You could tell he slept all night. And it's like, I don't know if I should say anything.
I think that's the first time I heard this.
Somebody absolutely was walking around camp all night long, messing with the firewood in the truck, going back and forth and paid me a visit, entered my tent, kneeled down beside me, and had a message for me, and I cannot figure out what that message was. So
but you didn't see him with your eyes. Then how did you know he was kneeling down?
I could see it. My eyes were closed. But I could see the whole thing.
Your eyes are closed. You can see.
I didn't see. You know what?
That's pretty spiritual. That goes right up in there into the middle of the spiritual index, right there, smack dab in the middle.
I did not see Brian's face, but I saw a large male in my tent on one knee with a message for me. Kevin, it's time, or it's time for, or it's time to, something to that effect. And at that point, I realized this is not Brian. What in the world is going on? Boom, it's all gone.
Wow.
Well, that's a great story. I love that story.
The reason my video's off is I'm eating Swedish meatballs.
Yeah. Yummy, yummy, yummy.
Sounds good.
So, yeah.
Anybody else got something? We're going to need to wind it down pretty soon. Kenneth Collins, did you have something you want to say? Huh? Or Deb Matthews?
Why do we have to wind it down?
Because it's.
Go ahead, guys. I'll do the last.
I'm leaving at at 4 o'clock. You don't have to wind it down, but I'm just saying, if anybody else has something they want to say, and Deb didn't really get a chance to talk much, and neither did Kenneth.
That's what I was going to say. Let's get Deb up next, and then kind of.
There
Deb,
you go. Mic on. Still not getting your mic there, Deb. Your mic's off. There's a little button at the bottom where it says at your bottom left of the screen should be.
I forgot I shut it off. Sorry. I just sent you pictures, Brian. I need you to show the pictures.
He's eating meatballs.
I know. We'll go to somebody else.
And he says he doesn't want to shut it. What he's doing is refueling himself, getting all relaxed so he could go for another 3 hours.
That's right.
Swedish meatballs.
Swedish.
Well, when he's done with his meatballs, he can pull the pictures up. You can do somebody else first.
Okay, Kenneth's driving his car. I don't know if he can even talk while he's driving.
Yeah, I'm actually at home in Estes now. On my second home in Estes there. So I am here, and I got cut off for about a half hour going up the Big Thompson Canyon up into Estes Park. So I missed a good portion. But
Oh, you're cutting out.
Back.
I'm 61 now, but when I was 11, I had a chance to go see The Legend of Boggy Creek. I didn't know I was going to go see The Legend of Boggy Creek. When we went to go see this movie, I was a friend's birthday party next door. We lived I lived in Nebraska then, in Seward, Nebraska, a little country town, and my neighbors had a birthday party. So they said, we're going to go see a flick, and that was part of the present. And I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen a movie at a theater. I'm just saying. So we go, and I believe at that time, the Planet of the Apes were playing, and Legend of Boggy Creek. So it was 4 of us that went. I went to Legend of Boggy Creek. The other 3 went and saw the Planet of the Apes, whatever. I got out of that Legend of Boggy Creek. I didn't even think I saw the whole thing. And that kind of made me think, well, these things aren't monsters. What are these things? So that movie kind of seeded a thing in me that says, I'm going to find out what they are. I kind of did think they were monsters. And then with the Legend of Boggy Creek, it was different. So when I got out of the theater, I'm just saying, well, the funny thing is the other 3 were running around the town acting like, Planet of the Apes and monkeys. And I'm walking around like just in this daze thinking, what did I just see? And what am I going to do with this? When I'm 61 now, and all these years later, I know that time and moment was there for me. And now, boy, how do I start this? I'm married for 26 years. First 10 years of my marriage, I didn't tell my wife what I was doing. She just couldn't figure it out, why I was always out in the woods. And when I first listened to the show, we were talking about how you have to have a feeling in you it's got to be different. It's got to be to where you can open and let them come into you, because they're going to choose you. And people think you go out and by chance you might see one, but if you take the years and years like I have, open the doors and channel them and have them come. You know, I never went out in my areas with a malice intent to shoot them or to kill them or have a sense of hurting them. It was always, I'm here to see you guys today, and I love you guys, and years and years you get frustrated out there because you get all the footprints, you get the signs, you get everything, but you never see the actual sighting. Well, it took well over 20 years for me to get one, and it happened to me. I'll talk about real quick one of my sightings in Estes Park. And all these years of doing this, I walked up and down Estes Park 20 years ago. There weren't a dang Bigfoot anywhere. You know, guys, today I've got the Bigfoot days. I got about 20 years of research in this area, and I got a lot of reports out of the Estes Park, Rocky Mountains area that proves that we have the Rocky Mountain Sasquatch right here in Estes Park. And they're urban Sasquatches most of the time. They're around town, and they're real close to the area. Coming up Big Thompson today, as I'm driving up, I'll go by my site area. In 2013, at about 9:30 in the morning, I go to my site area, which I consistently did because I know there was a previous sighting there. How do I know that? When I worked in a Safeway center at the fuel center, I had a Bigfoot wall. That brought in so much locals and all the reports that people come through the Rocky Mountains. 4 million people come through this little town to go up that darn hill. Half of them stop in a darn, it seems like, the station to look at the Bigfoot wall. And I get a lot of reports. Of course, I brought in the locals too. So with me getting all the reports, me going out doing these investigations, I had one person come in and tell me this area. And he's a fisherman. His name is Jeff. And his family saw the Bigfoot there. And he had another story for me in that area that there was a camper there because they have a little house right down the hill from the camp area. It's BLM land behind them. And one guy was camping once and he came screaming at their door that something ran through their camp. And that's how I met Jeff. So he came to the station. I went out. We went to the area, and the darn tent was 10 feet in the air. It wasn't no damn bear that did that. And I know the bear would tear a tent and it would tear the camp all over looking for food. It didn't do. It's just basically messed with his tent and threw some of his belongings out. It was just strange. But the guy never returned to the area I'm talking about. So I thought to Jeff, he's like, hey, they're always knocking on my house. And he says, I'm going to be moving soon, and I think you should probably stay in this area. So I went ahead and I did. Jeff went away in October, and I stayed in the area to get my first sighting. I habituated that. I went in that area, and I cleansed myself. I would go in every day with the same type of thing on me. Didn't wear perfume. I had all that stuff that you think you can do to get these things. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. How I got it would go in, say my prayer, say, I'm here today. Could you have a sighting? Get in, and I would go through a little cut. As I'm making my cut, it had just snowed in Estes Park about 3 inches the night before. As I'm making a cut through my field, and sometimes, guys, in 3 months that I habituated that place, when Jeff left in October, November, December, January 7th, I got the sighting. It took that long after Jeff left for me to get in the area, to work with the area, to have them say to me, I'm ready. Can you please? And boy, did I get it. So at the sighting, first one, I'm walking through my field. In my professional vision, I see a black mass over here. And I look. It wasn't like I was looking at him at first. I caught him on the side of my sight. And I went and looked back at it, and it was 80 yards out because I have a Gulf Finder thing. I look, it's 80 yards. I pull my camera up. I'm looking at it. It's a little one. It's a juvenile. He's got his nose stuck down this rock. If you guys want to see the picture, go to Estes Park News, 2013 Bigfoot sighting. It's going to talk about stuff like few of my sightings up here. But that particular sighting started me to say to myself at that age, all these years of doing this, I'm looking at this thing 80 yards away, and I'm looking at him, and I'm thinking to myself, and it's saying to me, go away, come back another day. And I'm thinking, what? Go back, come back another day. And by God, I'm in my truck, and I'm driving off. And I'm like, and I'm a quarter mile from the area. So how do I get to my truck? I don't remember. I didn't accept that they could sizzle, mind blast you, put you somewhere else. Didn't accept any of that. I drove away mad. I drove away like, not mad, but sad. Like, okay, I'm going to leave. Why? Well, the area is not far from where I live, so I'm consistently there. I said to myself, you know what? Now, if it comes, I'm going to jump in its lap. I'm not running away. You know, I'm not going to be this. And I had a family member say to me, you're this big Bigfoot shot guy. You see it and you ran away. And I went, yeah, I did. I don't know why I did. Now I know why. Because when it was saying to me, come back another day, and I got that mission that now it's like, all right, now I'm really fired up. Because I got you. You were 80 yards away. What did I do? I went back. It wasn't much longer after that. And now this is around noon. If you want to say Bigfoot's not out in the daytimes, we didn't have sunglasses on, they're out. All right. Nocturnal eye shine. I've seen it all. But in the daytime, they're out and they're foraging. They're doing their things too. All right. So at this moment, I have a gifting rock. And on that gifting rock, I'm so glad to have that years of gifting there. And most of the time I wouldn't get much. But on that gifting rock, I'm in the area that day, and I'm almost back to where I'm done with my day of doing what I do up there. I go to jump off my gifting rock, hit the ground. I hear this type of whining. I take myself, I turn around. And in them days, I've always had my camera up ready to go because I was the kind of guy in the younger days of doing this where you took 1,000 pictures, went home and took 1,000 circles and said, it was there, and it was there, and it was there, and it was there. I don't do that no more. I have to see the damn thing about 20 yards, maybe 20 feet from you, not even in yards. You change. The 80 yards away, I'm looking, it blasted me, couldn't accept it, went back the second time, and this is what happened. Jump off the gifting rock, and when I hear that, turn around, and there is him again, my little one that I saw not too long ago. And what is he doing? He's doing the same thing he was doing the first time. He had his little head in this crevice of the rock, but this time he was looking around the side of the rock with his head all cockeyed, looking at me, but hiding his nose. It was just like, it's daytime. You're right there. You're so beautiful. I see the blackness, the shimmering of your head. I didn't see no sagittal crest or no points. I see somewhat or something like that, but it's a juvenile. You're thinking like young infants have cat cradle and their heads are got to grow up there. I'm thinking it's a young one. It's look at this little one. Then he's looking around at me, and all of a sudden, behind a tree right in front of me comes this red one comes busting out, and he takes about 3 steps at me. And when he turned and looked at me, I have my camera right there. I took one picture, and I was like, oh my God, all this thing has to do is take 3 steps, I bet, and he's on top of me. And I'm looking at this thing, and he's got these eyes, and he's got a look of disgust and contempt. He's like, you want to see me? You've been bouncing around my living room for 3 months. Here I am. And I'm looking at this thing, and my God, that is not a Gigantopithecus. That is more human than I can think of. It has no hair on its head. It has a nose, and it has its eyes back. He looked like Kane the wrestler. He just this big brow back, and he didn't smile at all. He just looked at me like, yeah, in his eyes. And I said to myself, my God, all these years of doing this, there's something different about these things, okay? Finally, years later, I have a opportunity to share some of my story. So I have a friend in Bailey, Colorado, who owns the Sasquatch Outpost, Jim Myers, and we do a lot of events. And we have some friends named Alan Meek-Argle and Ron Myers that do a lot of movies. They do a few of the Bigfoot movies, Quest for Bigfoot, and a few other movies, but the Back 80. But they got a hold of me. I didn't know Ron had property up here. He has property not too far from Estes, but they kept wanting to get a hold of me to do so I'm not going to wind this down. So they wanted me to do a movie or come and do some stuff with me. And I thought, they says, why don't you just get out of the woods? Because we've been looking for you for a year. And it's like, yeah, because I'm not your researcher that sits behind a damn computer and learned all my stuff there. I did it out in the woods. I did it with the boots on the ground, mud on my feet, and a print in my hand, and my mouth going like it is now, full of excitement and just, man. But at 58 years old, we have an event in Bailey called Bigfoot Adventure Weekend. And we've been hosting that event for Alan, and hosted that event. And I go up and be a travel guide, and I know the area, so I go up there. And so we go up one year, guys, and I want you guys to know the movie is out. It's called Alien Contact in the Rockies, and I want you guys to watch that if you can, because it's going to talk about my experience I had up there that year at my age. That said to myself, these things maybe aren't. These got some alien in them. Now I have seen a spaceship. And I got that picture, and I got a video of the spaceship. And that was the same year after this incident that I'm talking about, or I'm going to talk about right now. So that night, I have 3 guys, me and 2 other guys. I have a guy named Art. He's a researcher from Nebraska, and I had a Native American with me. The Native American wanted to play his drums, and nobody wanted him with their group. I said, you come with me, because I was that kind of guy at one time at sudden events where I would raise my hand. Nobody would listen to me. They'd all just talk about their stuff, and I'd just sit there with and just listen. But now I'm up on the stage with Igor Burtseth, David Pilatus, Dennis Poles, good guys, Ron Moorhead. I go to Don Moore. I can just go on of the people I wrote on their shoulders has taught me how to this day where I'm at. So I know that all these years of what I've done got me what I've gotten out there. But this event that night that happened was with Art and a Native American. We're up on this area where I did a daytime reconnaissance, where we go up in the daytime because we're going to come back at night. When we go up at the daytime, we find that beautiful print. And so we cast that print. And so we leave the area. We come back about, 4 hours later. It's dark. I'm looking for the print. And it's not there. It's there, but it's next to where it was. It's flipped up out of the ground with the cast side being on the ground and the nature side up. You're thinking maybe they just didn't like that, but they didn't mess with it. They just flipped the cast out. So I'm thinking to myself, man, we're going to have a good day today, a good night tonight. So it gets dark. We're up on this rock, the Native American's playing his drums, and then he starts getting pissed. He's mad. He's going, what's wrong with me? Boom, 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 boom. He can't remember what he's playing. He goes, I played this song so many I played this so many times. Why am I forgetting it now? And I thought to myself, you're getting zapped. Don't you know? You're getting zapped. And he was so frustrated. And all of a sudden, guys, I look over and to the left of me, I run to this rock, and I've got this Gen 3 scope that a scientist buddy gave me. It's always the one that's in the group, this scientist guy, the skeptical one. The one the Bigfoot's got to come in and smack him on the mouth where he believes it, which is fine. So, but he goes, Kenny, tonight I'm going to give you these goggles. They're Gen 3 scopes, and I want you to use them. So I had these scopes on me, and I had my camera on me close to me to where I could lift it up and take pictures if I needed to. My other camera. I had the Gen 3 that night. I run over, I get up on this rock, and here it comes. Here it comes, this orb. It's huge. And I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking, it's not in color, but I put up my camera and take a picture, because in a Gen 3, you're not going to see it in color. You're going to see it in a shade. It's a different color. I'm looking at it. I get my picture up, my camera up, I take the picture, and then Art says to me, Art is to my other side of me. He's saying, Kenny, there's something coming up that ravine that we just walked up to tonight. He could hear it. And so what I did is I ran over to the right of me to about 20 yards around, got up on this rock and looked down where the ravine was. And what was coming up that ravine was a little juvenile Bigfoot. And what was it doing? It was running to that orb. And I had asked Art that night, because his back was hurting. I said, Art, it's just 3 of us. Why don't you just take pictures for me? And I want you guys to know, when we see something, we don't go, hey, we don't do any of that. We just let it happen, and we'll talk about it later. And that's exactly what these guys did. There was no type of freaking out or nothing. But they did see me after that thing. The little guy, he was about 48 inches high. And how I know that is because when I asked the Native American, what did you see when we all got together after this all happened, with the Bigfoot running to the orb, and the orb open? And Art took the picture of it opening. Now, Art took 12 pictures that night. Thank God he got on that last picture, that orb, when it was opening. Now, Art didn't know. He just took the camera and went that way and took the picture, guys, and it opened. And, Doug Hijack from Doug from the movie, from the Quest. I think he did Monster Quest. And he was in that. He's in the movie with me of the alien contact in the Rockies. But we do talk about that incident with the orb and what happened to me. And I thought to myself, that these things has to be more than what we think. They're not a gigantic because they could be, but there is something in them that's alien. So, Robin, I wish she would have been on, but Robin and good friends with Melba, and don't go attacking Melba, catch him. But I'm good friends with Melba as far as trying to learn about DNA on these things. We got DNA, but we always get this unknown. And it's like, because they could be genetically altered. And it's like, I could never accept stuff like that. I'm 61 now. And I don't think I'll ever gonna know that rabbit hole and the woo is always too much. And so I could go on, and I talked one time for 3 hours on the show where these guys said maybe 2 words. I went on about stuff that's happened to me out there all these years. But, these last years of my golden times, that happened to me. And that orb and me seeing that. And shortly after that, guys, that incident, I go and do a 2-week, right after that, I go up and do a thing in the flat tops of Colorado near Steamboat Springs, and we're talking remote. I do a study up there of Bigfoots that are up there, and they're in a family. And actually, guys, I'm in Estes Park going to this Sasquatch Donuts to display some of my stuff. And this is some of my tracks right here, if you want to see them. But I don't know if you guys can see these little juveniles and all this, but I do a study up there. There's a foretold one. Here's a little one. This one was found in a straight inline. And if you take a human, guys, a human footprint is about 6. That's an 18-month to 24-month-old human. Well, that human did not do what I filmed. I filmed a perfect straight inline trackway, and next to it was another one that was about 8 inches. The same thing, straight inlines. In this area, I know they're growing. 2 of us researchers are doing research up there in different areas and getting the same things. This is a track from up there from 2016, 2019, 3 years apart. Same track. If you look at the divots and the crooked toe and that little indentation, it's the same. It's a Potta family growing up in that area. So I go up there and I do my study, and I've been up there almost 10 years doing this. I know that they're in a pod and they're growing their family. I go up there one night, and as a researcher, we always try to go up there and we try to troll them in. We go around, we want the women to come up and make noise and track them and go back to our camp. We shut it down. It's a BFRO kind of thing. I'm not in that, but I'm just saying, through the years of knowing the guys, this is a strategy they use. So we troll them in, and this particular night, I said to myself, I don't want to do that tonight. I'm going to stay up. I don't know why I'm staying up, guys, because normally I'm the researcher that goes to bed and have them come in. So I'm up that night about almost 5 in the morning. I look up across the field. It's called the meat pit. This spaceship was coming down. It looks like a B-52 bomber, kind of like the wings back, and it's got 4 lights on it. And I can't get my phone quick enough, and I get it up, and I get about 6-7 seconds of it, and you can see it, and it's huge. It's huge. It's like a football field, and it's going 4 lights, 3 lights, 2 lights, 1 light. All of a sudden, lights going meow, 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 gone. So what I did is, I can't believe I got this. So I do, like I say, about a 3-week thing up there. So I go home. I'm all excited. I call my buddy up, the one that I'm talking about, that has another sets of prints like I get, but he's in another reservoir about a mile away from where I'm at. But we're getting the same prints, so we know the family's up there. But I call my buddy. I said, hey, dude, I'm up in the area, and I got, he goes, I can't talk right now. Okay. So I go back up there my second week, guys. I'm up there. I set a 12 cam up behind my truck right here, right on the back of my truck right there, facing towards the tailgate. Okay. I'm up there that night in the area, and we're the spaceship area, in that area. All of a sudden, I hear something below my truck, and I'm like, "What's going on? Why are they underneath my truck? What's going on underneath there?" So I didn't do nothing. That's an uneventful night. Nothing happened. I get up in the morning. What had happened is I'm looking around my truck, and I'm like, why would they be around my tire? Why are they around? My valve stems are missing, guys. All my chrome, nice valve stems are gone. And I'm thinking, why the hell are they taking my valve stems? And you better check the trail cam. So I go check the trail cam. I'm looking at it. I get 4 slides of something. And the last slide shows this thing standing up. If you see me right now, it looks like it's got his chest and about up to his neck. And you see this color. You see this. It's an alien. It's like, what? I got this thing on a trail cam. So I get home. I call my buddy up. Hey, dude, I'm up in the area. He goes, I'm going turkey hunting. I can't talk right now. I go, what? So I get him. So I go back up the 3rd weekend. I'm getting ready to wind down my summer now. And I'm going around a reservoir because I talk about those prints of getting them. In that reservoir, I find the mud prints all over, and they're inline, and they're small ones. There's some as small as a big lighter, but so I'm in there doing my last skirts around the reservoir. I find a 13.5-inch 3-toed print. And I'm like, whoa, it looks like a reptile print. I'm like, it's alien looking. I get home. I call my buddy up for the 3rd time. And I'm like, dude, can we talk? And he's like, I didn't want you to go up there, Kenny. He goes, it's dangerous up there. I was up there the same time you were. He goes, but I'm with Coast to Coast radio station and Connie and Willis, and I signed something that says I won't talk about what we're doing up here, but something had happened to them up there too, with this alien thing. It's not being shared because he has the right to not to talk about it. And I'm thinking he's even one of my friends, and he doesn't talk about what had happened to him, and he knows what happened to me. And we got the same kind of thing that happened to us in the same 3 weeks, and we didn't even know the other one was up there in that area. But that's what happened after the incident with the orb. So I always think that the orb's with me all the time. I always think that the orb's not a menacing orb. It's like a healing orb. I always thought there was a smoothness to it, and I want to believe that there was a reason for that. And guys, not too long ago, I went to Macy, Nebraska with Barry Webster and the guys, and you guys know who I'm talking about. And I love Barry and the clan, and I learned a lot. I'm a Nebraskan too.
Barry's great.
Yeah, and I go, and there's some stuff coming out, and you guys just respect Barry, and we won't go on with no more on that. But I do know that Barry took me out to a special area. He released me. He never does that to no one, guys. And I didn't know he was doing this, but he's recording and he's listening to me as I'm walking down this path. Prior to me going down this path, we see the eye shine. We are watching, you guys can watch the video. The eye shine is going back and forth. And then sometimes you see 2 eyes, like it's turned its head and would look. You see 2 eye shines and you're thinking, wow, it's right there. So I'm walking to that. Barry said, Kenny, I'm going to let you go. Go. I'm going, man. He doesn't do that to nobody. So I walk off. I go about 40 yards out to this. I'm in pitch dark, guys. I can kind of hear Barry say this. He's a big one. He's in front of you. My God, he's reaching for you. And I'm thinking to myself, I know he is because I'm right here reaching for him. And I'm reaching for this mass of this dark, no form, like spirit, I think it is. And I'm reaching for it. And I can, when I come back and I hear the tape that Barry, he's taping all this, he's saying like stuff like, I can't believe that this thing's reaching for Kenny. And that's never happened. That doesn't happen. And I'm thinking, yeah. And I'll tell you what, guys, we talked about earlier and how we have these senses. I've had them all my life. I didn't even know I was going to go see Barry that weekend, but I told Art, my buddy, Art, I got a premonition I'm going to go see Barry. I don't know why. A week later, Barry calls me, and then this incident happens. And Art's blown away. He's like, he told me he was going to go there. He didn't know why. And he gets a phone call. He goes there. And what happens? I go with Barry to a special area, and I'm touching the spirit of a Bigfoot. And so in the morning before I leave, I have an elder from the tribe come out. He sat with me. He says, Ken, I heard what happened last night. He goes, my ancestral has been doing this for hundreds of years. You experienced something that we live with. How do you feel about that? And he looked at me with his eyes, and I just went, my God, it was, I can't explain it. So when we take these years of doing this and something like that happens and we listen to the people on this show, I don't throw anything out anymore. If you say that there's a leprechaun doing jumping jacks with the kangaroo, with the Bigfoot, I'm going to say fine. It's I'm not going to what I've seen and what I've seen out there in my a little bit of explaining tonight with these guys are. I never shared anything on this show. I never share much about that stuff I have out there, but I have on this show, I've shared a lot. These guys open it up, have good hearts. They make you feel better and comfortable to talk about stuff like this because they all think we're wackadoodles or they think we're storytellers. So I'll end this with saying Merry Christmas to all. Let's take our next year coming up and make it the best that we can. I do have some movies in process. In the house in Nebraska that I have, I had some paranormal stuff happen. So there's a movie coming out about that. And another movie is about my producer that's coming out on how I'm talking to you guys, how he changed, how he had to adapt himself so that he could let things happen for him. And I went out with him a couple of times and I broke that barrier down. And I even had took him out on one time where the guy that I took, when we went to go see, was saying to me, "Get him out of here. I don't like this guy. What's wrong with this guy?" I go, "I'm working on him. Just bear with me." He broke that barrier down because he had something there. Now he's got it down and he's getting stuff like it's just he went down just the Bray Road stuff. They're really getting a lot of stuff called Trails to the Unknown. And they're getting a lot of stuff because he broke down the barrier. He's letting things happen and he's surrounding himself with good people. It was so good to see Tom today. And, we're losing these pioneers. We're losing these guys. What are we going to do when they're gone? Okay. I look at it that way. I look at it as the education of it, not the glorification. Okay. I have events in Nebraska at the museum and I hire speakers for $1,000. You know what I mean, guys? And I think I have to do that because that's what people want. And the Bigfoot days, I have the mountain monster guys. I fucking Huck, the good old guys, but people want celebrities. They want to laugh. They want to see that. I'm not that. I'm different. I'm more serious and I don't hoggy wash. I just don't, it's just not, I don't mean that. I mean by what you hear in this show is you have to open your mind. You people are great. And to hear the stories today, I wish I could have caught the whole thing, but I got cut off going up that pass. But thanks for everything. And, Merry Christmas, you too, Pork and Beans and the audience. And if you guys go on Bigfoot Loose USA, you will see a lot of stuff about Estes Park. And I got a lot of videos. And if you guys have a chance, watch The Alien Contact in the Rockies. It's kind of a good movie. It also talks about portal we had up on Pole Hill. When the producers land, we had something come to the area and drop off a headless deer. And then on the video that we got at night shows these little dinosaur creatures eating on it. So it's like, we know there was a portal because we did a lot of stuff with EMF meters and we got to an area where we think it was a domed. And then that area when we went back months later was gone. We couldn't get no EMF on it. It was awesome. It was like a portal opened up on that mountain. And then that Alien Contacted Rockies, you hear the story about the orb. And you're going to hear other things. Toby, there's Doug in there. It's just a good movie about a researcher that had an experience, and it wasn't from a computer and it wasn't from people telling me. It was my story. And that was awesome that Ron and them took their time to find me and do a story like that. And now here I am saying it's not about, it's not about glorification, but education. Well, I think this is education. I didn't want to be glorified. I don't have $1,000 speaker fee, but it is what it is. So thanks for for listening to me, and I could rattle on. But Merry Christmas.
Great stories. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Beans, you have to go. I want to give everybody their shot. So if you have to go,
I'm going to stick around a little while longer, but yeah.
Okay. Well, let's get Deb on now, and I'll bring her pictures up. Okay. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
go
want
and
to see
grab her
that.
picture. I'll grab her pictures. Okay, Deb, you're off.
Okay.
I don't know if I have them in order or not. So
I
sorry if
tried
I.
to throw something together real quick. So I had never believed in a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot before I had that 1971 experience. And then after the 71 experience, like I said, I clammed up and didn't talk about it until 2009. And it was about 2018, which you'll see more pictures. 2018 is when I had, I started getting dreams of them. And I get more spiritual end of them than the physical. The 71 sighting that ran across the road in front of 4 of us in a car was my only physical at that time. And then you lost the picture.
Did I?
Yeah.
You got a whole bunch of messages in front of the picture.
Hang on a second.
Nobody, don't read them.
Oh, look, now we know the inside scoop.
Yeah,
I can't even find the. Hold on. What's going on here?
Some of your messages. You see them.
Okay, hang on a second. I'm going to stop the share and start it again. I don't know what happened there.
Your messages got in the way.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
couldn't see what you had to click on. Except for
Go ahead, Dab. I'll bring him back up again. Keep talking.
Except for Deb.
Since my physical in 71, when we saw him physically run in front of us, I mean, he walked right over a 6-foot barbed wire fence like it was nothing. And he took one step in the road, turned and looked at us as he's running, and I was petrified. I was like scared to death. I had never heard of him before. So it wasn't until 2009, like I said earlier at the beginning of the show, that I had was asked by a friend to please go and share my experience on Blog Talk Radio. So we did that. And then about 2018, before I went to my first Sasquatch event, I had these aren't in order. I had them in order, Brian, but that's okay. This one here is 2019. I had a young one. I was going out to paint my mailbox, and I was guided to look down with the paints in my hand and on my decomposed granite driveway. And there's this little footprint. It's the same size as my foot, but I had those sandals is what I had on, and it was facing north. It was facing towards the south, and I was walking to the mailbox to the east, and I looked down at it and I went, "Oh my God, it looks like a footprint," and nobody walks that way. It was right next to the fence. And so I went, that's cool. So I went and painted my Sasquatch on my extra large mailbox. And I came back and I went, I've never done this before, but maybe I can cast it. And so it was late, like 11 o'clock at night. And I grabbed my grandson's old handprint cast one I hadn't used. And I poured it in that hole, left it, put a bucket next to it so I wouldn't run over it the next day. And then I said, when I went to bed that night, I would really like to find out who put that footprint in my driveway. Could you please come to me in a dream tonight? And so they wake me up with this stuff all the time. They woke me up and it was a young one standing next to his Sasquatch mom. His head came to her waist and he's waving at me and she's smiling. So obviously it was, to me, it was the one that put the footprint in the driveway. And I was told that was a gift. So you can change pictures now, Brian.
Sorry, I didn't get them in order for you.
That's okay. I put in like a date, but it didn't pop up that way. So then I went after I let's see. Yeah, we're definitely out of order. So this is 2019. The second year I went to the events in Washington, and I was sitting right there on the first one on the right hand side. You see the bench? They're real close to the ground. I was sitting there and I went, I really would love to see a Sasquatch. So I took my camera and I just put it over there real quick and took a picture. And I didn't even know what I got until I got home. And actually somebody had to show me what that was. And so I circled it and his head's in the very top of that picture. and he was looking at the amp. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the amphitheater, at the speaker, and I can't remember who was speaking at the time. But that was a physical, and you can change the picture again. Then I had a dream, 2018. This was before my first event, and it was a dream of 50. This is my drawing, and it's very kindergartenish, but this is the best I could do. I would dreamt of these. I was in a desert with the mountains in the background, and there was 50 pairs of beings, 2 of each, walking towards the north. I just intuitively knew it was the north. There was 2 Sasquatch that I've got the arrow on the left-hand side. Definitely Sasquatch. Lots of 4-leggeds, lots of different animals. And there was 2 extremely tall toothpick people. I mean, I could see them a little bit from the back, but they were, if you looked at them from the side, you could barely see them. And so it wasn't till January 2019, Rita Shertek and I, she invited me to go to Blythe, California. And in Blythe, they took us on a field trip to see the Intaglios, exactly the same thing I saw in my dream. And that one there is 171 foot tall. So that's why they were the tallest of the whole pair of beings walking towards the north. And I was like on a hill, observing all of those beings walking to the north. And it was kind of a confirmation of it, because the speaker that was at the Blythe event who took us there, he was talking about the sun and the right-hand side of those mountains, and he says, and he was facing us, and he says, and north is this way. And as he pointed that way, that was exactly the way those beings were walking. And that's when it smacked me in the face and went, that's exactly my dream. So that was pretty cool. You can go to the next picture. So then I had another dream. Shirley McDaniel drew my guide, who came in a trance channel reading by Gail Fowler that was here earlier. And Gail, I had written down 52 questions for Gail, not knowing who was going to come through. I just wanted her Sasquatch guides to give me some advice. You know, I was getting introduced to them, so I wanted to hear something of wisdom from them. Well, they said something in a Native American tongue that I didn't understand what they were saying. It was short and sweet. And then she brought through Icklea. Icklea is this one here. She is not an elder Sasquatch. I think she's albino. Gail said she was kind of hiding behind a doorway at first of the trance channel. It wasn't showing much of herself, and then she later came out. But she answered 52 questions in that trance channel reading, and I've actually posted it on Facebook several times. And so I had this dream on January 2nd, 20, and it was 15 Sasquatch, and Icklea was in the middle. It's a really bad picture. It was a very quick drawing I drew of this dream to give to Sybil Irwin. She was going to draw it for me, and she asked me to give her 15 sticks of people to give the area where they were at. I can't draw stick people. They'd be all intertwined in each other. So I just gave this to her, but she never drew it for me. So Icklea is in the center of that. And the reason why she zoomed up to that fence afterwards is because my daughter's mother-in-law, she does more whimsical Sasquatches, and she drew, was trying to draw Icklea for me, and she was getting it. She couldn't get the nose right. And so she showed me a picture, and I went, she's got a pug nose? And she goes, no, I just can't draw the nose right. I don't know how to draw Sasquatch noses. And so in this dream, Icklea was in between the 15 Sasquatch. Then she zoomed up to this fence to show and mock me on my question. She's got a pug nose, so I don't know what kind of nose she's got, but I take it as the one she's got here that Shirley drew. And that's a digital that Shirley McDaniel drew for me. So that was a pretty cool dream. Next picture. I'm getting dry mouth. This was my very first dream. in 2018 of this Sasquatch. Shirley drew this one for me. I grew up 25 miles west of where I am right now, and I was in that house in the bathroom getting my face in the mirror, fixing it or whatever. I heard a noise, so I turned around and looked, and this little guy here, this young one, was stepping out of the bathtub of my house I grew up in. It's strange that it was in the house that I grew up in because I don't live there now, but it's interesting that maybe they've been with me my whole life. And he took one step over the bathtub, and I was facing him, and all of a sudden I just went, you know what? I went like this to him. He went like this. I put my fingers around his hand, and he put his around mine. I could feel the softness of his palms. They were nice and warm, and they were soft. And he has so much love in him. And come to find out with the trans-channel reading from Gail, this is Tarjan, and it's Iklea's nephew. So Iklea said that I walked with the Sasquatch as a human being, as a native Indian, and I also walked with them as a Sasquatch before at the Washington borders when there was no borders. Iklea does not live there anymore. She lives in the Redwoods. And I don't know if Tarjan's in the same area, but that dream is very special to me because you could just feel the love coming out of that young one.
Yeah,
Next picture.
Beautiful.
And this is a physical sighting I saw in my kitchen. So I tried to mock it up as much as I could to make it look like what I saw. So I went to bed one night, and I thought I forgot to lock my kitchen door. So I came back through the living room, and I walked in the kitchen, and I normally have a light on because I always end up stubbing my toe on something and it hurts. So I walked through the living room, no light on. And as I got to the kitchen and turned right, and it's right in front of me right here, I looked and I see this silhouette of a Sasquatch in my kitchen window. I have actually a brown curtain. And I went, I kind of, my heart jumped a minute. I was like, oh my God. And so I was still working at the time. And so I went to work the next day and grabbed a ton of cardboard at work, brought it home, and I tried to mock up what I saw with an outline of the cardboard. So I put it up on the window, and because I know there was like a full moon, I thought, that night that I saw this in the window. And when I put the cardboard up, you couldn't see it. You couldn't even see the cardboard at all. So I went, well, how did that happen? And it was the next day after I saw this, and I thought, well, maybe it's because it's moved a day or something. But I think he put his impression into that window. I don't think, and there was light behind him. So he must have done that. So, and the left-hand drawing is the part of him that I saw, like from the chest up. And you'll see there's 4 inches where his feet are. That's my slab is where that big line is. So I can't tell from this little picture. I can't remember how tall I put him. He was probably not more than maybe 6 foot tall or something. But he was a younger one. Next picture.
Oh,
that was it. Let's see. There's the other incidents that I've had that have been physical to me. I went to bed one night, and I live by myself. So I went to bed, just sat down in the bed, and I just got ready to turn the light off, and I hear 3 hard knocks on my door. And my door was shut that night. Normally I don't shut it. And so it was shut, and that just scared me. And I was like, my mouth was hanging open for like a whole minute. And they had knocked a box over. It was a 10-pound box of stuff on top of a tote. And so after I got my grip, I wanted to make sure nobody was in the house. So I moved the box out of the way, opened the door very carefully, walked out, and I was really nervous. And I walked through the living room, and the door was fine. It was locked. And as soon as I walked to the living room again, on the way back to the bedroom, I went, this calm just came right over me. And I went, get a grip, go to bed. I slept like a baby. Best night of sleep I ever had. I wasn't scared anymore. It was like they just threw that calmness right over me. And
I get
and
that.
it was loud. That was three hard knocks. And so then about 3 weeks, I can't remember exactly, but about 3 weeks later, this time I'm not sure if I was awake and heard it, or I was like sleeping, but got woke up by it, or if I was dreaming it. I can't prove which I was doing, but I got woke up with 8 hard knocks, so hard I thought they broke my flipping door. It was just loud. And I actually had to go and make sure they didn't break my door. And I found out they were juveniles that did this. And they like to do that. And when I had that trans-channel reading after, Gail says, when Iclea was talking through her, Iclea says, tell them to knock it off. Which I did, and they never did it again. Then one time at work, I went over and talked to, we had a supervisor that got the position of a assistant manager, and I was sitting in front of Julio's desk, and I shared everything Sasquatch with him, that young guy. And so I was sitting there one day, and it was a casino, and the big double doors at the end of the hall, there was wind, but the doors went slamming open. I mean, it wasn't like somebody opened the doors. Something slammed the doors open, and the wind came through, and somebody's hand went like this to my head and threw all the hair up in front of my face. And it was a hand, I could feel it. And Julio's mouth just went, it was hanging open. He saw it and I felt it. And it was a young one. I found out later from another reading with Gail that it was a young one that wanted to show Julio that they are real and they want him to go to the forest to connect. I don't know if he ever did, because I just heard he left that place. But that was another physical I had. I've had some other stuff at work that happened, but I'm not sure if it's a Sasquatch. I had glasses on one time working on my computer, and all of a sudden I heard this buzzing noise, and the whole lens just popped right out of my glasses, and it landed not forward, but down under my desk to the right. Don't know what caused that. But there's been a lot of really very cool connections, and the only reason I ever had those start was because of somebody named Suzette. She asked me, if you really want to connect with him, knock on your bedroom wall at night and tell him you like to connect with him. And I thought, yeah, that's not going to work. It did. About 3 weeks later, I gave them my okay, it was all right to connect with me, and they came. That's all you need. If your heart's good, I guess, then you want to connect, then they'll connect with you.
Yeah.
But that's probably all I have today.
Very cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah. We didn't give Graham and Arla enough airplay. Did you guys want to pipe in a little bit?
I'd like to show you something real quick. I hope you guys can see it. I left just a little bit ago because I had to bring wood in for my wood stove. And Brian knows how these happen around me. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this or not.
Back it up a little bit. What are we looking for?
There is an X. You can barely see it there. I think you can kind of see it. Let's see.
Oh, explain it to us. Oh, yeah.
You see it
yeah,
now?
yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's made out of straw or something.
Well, actually what it is the wood here has been stripped back and made the X on each side. See it? There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So,
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
the guys here had been talking to me the whole time we'd been here. And of course, that's a normal thing for me. And I wasn't thinking anything. I grabbed a piece of wood, and when I picked this wood up, that's exactly what I saw. So it was just them um, doing that thing, showing me the connection, and kind of like the glyph we got that fell out of the tree beside
Oh
me
my
when we
God.
were
Yeah,
in
yeah. Oh my
DC,
God.
and then the one that appeared behind me while you and Sue and I were standing there talking.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Oh,
they put it on my little backpack thing. So it's
that
kind of
one that
something they do with me.
that one that fell out of the tree. Can I describe that in a little more detail, or do you
Can
want to?
you? No, go
Yeah, can I?
ahead. You were
So
sitting
Sue and
there
I,
watching it.
Sue and I were sitting on the opposite. We're going. Arla came up and visited me, and what a wonderful time. That's when she got to meet Ari, and he's giving me a big buzzy kind of feeling right now. Anyway, and that was incredible. That story was incredible. When you were that was so funny with you and Ari. It was deep, and it was. You should maybe talk a little bit about that too. But let me just, if you don't mind, and let me just talk about this this exo. So we're walking to this place. We're going to camp out overnight. It's about 4 miles in, and
We
it's
are not walking. We are hiking up a mountain with packs on our back. That is
yeah,
no
yeah.
way just walking.
Yeah, yeah. We had a lot of weight on, and we're going for an overnighter or a couple nights. And anyway, so we're taking a break, and Sue and I are sitting on one side of the trail, and Arla's sitting on the other side of the trail on a rock. All of a sudden, we heard this big snap sound, like something was falling from above, but nothing really substantial. We couldn't really see anything fall, but then Arla looks down on her lap, was it, or kind of
No,
propped
it
up on
was
your leg?
off to the side of me, right there, but one of the pieces of it was touching.
One of the pieces was touching you right after this big crash, and it was a perfect X, friendship welcome X, which is my meaning, and I think Arla's too, probably. And it was, yeah, it just appeared there after we heard a big snap and a crash, and wow,
Yeah.
just like what a greeting, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
And
sorry.
they
Did you
dealt
want?
with me for years with
Did you
that.
want? Did you want to talk about your meeting with Ari a little bit, because that's so special?
Well,
If you want to.
Ari and we're very much connected, and I'm also connected to another one who is out there who actually was here, and I actually have audio of him on my Facebook page
You're talking
of
about
one
Fortune.
night when no, Rujusna. That's the
Oh,
one
he's
that
out here
came.
too?
Yeah, Rujusna. Yep, he's
Not
out
in
there.
BC.
Sue
He
and I
was in
were talking
Oregon.
about that a while back.
Where is
He
he
left
now?
here.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Where is he now?
He's out there somewhere. I
What's your
would
Facebook
imagine
page?
he's going to show up around you guys.
Well, probably because he's got a connection with Sue, right?
Yes, definitely. And he's the one that gave me his name that one day. And then he is in that what I call the Hi Guys audio, where I hear him coming up and he gives me a greeting, and I just do like I always do when I'm out. Hi guys. And he did this crazy pow that sounded like hello. And this I don't know if you know who Monongahela is, but he was big with the BFRO. He did their spectrograms and stuff, and at the time I didn't know what a spectrogram was. So he contacted me and he asked me, he said, I heard that video you posted. Do you care if I do a spectrogram on it? And he explained all that to me. I said, no, I don't mind at all. I mean, I know who did it. And so he did it, and he'd come back and he said, that's no known animal or anything on that would show up. It was in the range that they have given to the Sasquatch or the Bigfoot for howls and calls and all kinds of things. So anyway, that was Rujusna. He is
Can I
out
ask you? Can I ask you something? What is his? Certain Sasquatch follow certain people around. Like but kind of with me, it's kind of like the whole clan. But now it's kind of like Bud is my.
Yeah.
But what is Rujusna to Sue? I mean, what is his connection with her?
Well, what I was told, Rujusna was here for quite a while. I did a lot of interaction. I've got pictures of a trackway of him, and have audio of him. And even the one audio that I have not posted, some of you have heard it, and I don't know if you remember it or not. It's the one where he had told me in July what his name was. He would come through the woods like a bulldozer. And so one day I just said, well, you know what? I'm going to ask him his name when he does that again. So I was just sitting out and I hear him coming, and I just ask, what's your name? And he said, Rujusna. And, in my mind, and I went, Rujusna? And he said it again, Rujusna. So I wrote that down, what he'd said, how I thought it should be spelled. Because usually if they give you your name, you're supposed to remember that. I don't always, but I try to. So anyway, it was later that year, at the beginning of fall, I think, when I was doing some recording, and I'd go out and just have a recorder on, and they can turn it off if they don't want to, but they don't seem to mind that, never have. So anyway, I had recorded like all night long. I put the recorder out, I go to sleep. I just tell them, if you need me to be awake, you can wake me. If it's not important, don't wake me up. I don't like to be woke up when I'm sleeping. And so the next morning, I get my coffee and I get in my recliner, I get my recorder, and I'm listening to it. And I'm sitting there and I hear this male voice say, Rujusna. And at that point, I come up out of the recliner and I'm like, I know that name. So, I kind of calmed down and I sat back down and continued to listen. And then there's all kinds of things going on, clicks and knocks and weird sounds and things like that on the recorder. And then I hear approach slowly. And I'm thinking, he's talking to Rujusna for sure. If he called him Rujusna and then said approach slowly, then that's definitely who he's telling to approach slowly. And it goes on, and in a little while you hear this really weird, teeny kind of voice that says, all right, like that. And then you go on, and eventually you hear the voice again, who it was Al Caller. And he says, we're going. And
It's the controller.
I had someone, a good friend, who did a lot of spectrograms and voice analysis and stuff. And because we have other audio of the family, he was able to match voices pretty well with who was saying what. And of course, Al Caller was the one who called out Rujusna. So, that was through that rest of that year, I had a lot of contact with Rujusna. Blue Indigo's younger brother and Rujusna kind of hung out together. And then when I was trying to think if when I came out there and stayed with Sue for a few months, and then I had to come back, but he was no longer here. He had left, and I was told that he was out there. And then I think it was when Sue started having some interaction with him. He is part of the families. He was, here for a while, and of course we know of the you guys' connection to this area, and he was just wonderful. And I keep thinking, well, one of you guys are gonna message me and say, hey, guess what? Rujusna's here, because he's very much lets you know he's in the area. He doesn't have any problem with that.
Well, I remember one time hiking, Sue and I were hiking. Actually, we went deep into we went for a couple-day hike and whatever. We were getting a lot of Forshna and Rujeshna glyphs along the way, both ways, and it was pretty evident. So I thought, I got the impression that Forshna was watching out with me, and I've seen him before. And even though he's pretty quiet, he's not like Ari and Bud and Raj. But he's very active, but he stays in the background. But he has shown himself to me, and he's done mind speak with me and thought placement and stuff like that. But I got the impression that he was with me, and that Rujeshna was with Sue. So that was pretty good confirmation.
Yeah. And that's what my understanding was, that Rujusna was actually out there, for Sue. Like I said, there's a link. It could be through Forshna. I don't know that I ever ask, because I just look at them as all as family. And you've got extended family, and so I don't put them necessarily in groups. I mean, there are families, and the family here that's been a part of my life are very definite. But
could you go into just a little bit about your meeting with Ari, because that was so funny and so deep, and don't forget about when he hit you with that
the heart,
that image,
the lips.
I mean, can you tell us about that, because that was just so beautiful.
Well,
and what was funny with me too was that like, it wasn't my time to see them, right? It was not my time. That was coming. But as you're looking up the hill conversing with him, I'll just start off with this, and then you can take it away. Every time you said, "Can you see him?" He's right up there. You said, "Ari," and every time I looked up, I was getting like knock, 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 like wood knocks like galore behind me to my attention. And then as soon as I looked back, they'd stop, and then I would look up again, and then knock, 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 and it was just so it was just so over the top obvious, and it was pretty funny.
Very pointed to do what it did. We were walking, and I looked up, and I said to you, Brian, I see Ari up there. And I said to you, oh my gosh, he's got the biggest head. And he is so massive. And his energy just makes him appear even more massive. And of course, I like to laugh, and I like a good prank, and he does too, in so many ways. And there's so much love in laughter. And of course, he and I were kind of sparring back and forth with funny things, and we'd ask a question, and the other would say, why do you ask me that when you know what the answer is?
So you said that to you first, right?
Yep. And then
why do you ask me? He was exactly. Why do you ask me a question you know the answer to?
Yeah, exactly. And then you would said something about, when are you coming back, little one? I think you said.
Yeah.
And I said, why do you ask me that when you already know the answer? And
Yeah.
so we were just joking, but it was hilarious with Brian because I'm there and I'm watching RE and he's we're sharing our energy with each other. And every time he would come into actual physical, I can see him, I would say something, and Brian would turn to look, and the knocking going on behind him, and it was just right there close, would take his attention, and Brian would just turn his head right back around and see who was knocking. And then he would go back out where you really didn't see the physical of him. And Brian would turn around and be looking, and then he would pulse and come back, and they would start knocking. So it was like they're trying to keep this white-haired boy occupied.
Didn't he say
and
that?
they,
Didn't he say the white-haired boy is nosy or something? Or
yeah, that's pretty much what he said. So, but we were standing there and we were getting ready to continue our walk. And all of a sudden, I saw this image of these beautiful red lips, and they were placed on my heart. And that was just a symbol of love and, love past what we know as humans as love. But it was in symbols that we humans understand pretty much. But yeah, that was pretty special. And then he gifted me a stone, and I
Yep.
have it up here now. And there's one thing he told me, Brian, and we haven't talked about that yet, and we will, but Ari's going to be here. I don't know yet when, but there's some things that are going on in the area, so he will be here, not for an extensive amount of time or anything. I don't know all of that. He just told me to keep the stone close because he was coming. And like I said, I don't know yet when. I know it's getting close because it's a meeting of Star Nation people and Kashima and some others that are coming, and I don't know yet. They're giving me information a little along and I'm sure that could change too at any given time, but that's kind of what I know right now.
Yeah, the thing that really struck me so beautiful about that is I was looking at you, and you were laughing and crying at the same time. It was so emotional, and
it was.
I'm getting hit. Ari's hitting me up right now, and you told me that when he hit you, when he gave you that cartoon heart thing that went inside of you, you said you had never felt anything like that before, and it was just, you were just like moved beyond words, and it was just like very, very special.
This one that he touched me with was, I felt the love from them that surpasses everything, that takes us to that place of the knowing. But this was different. This was that, plus it was a family thing. It was, I know you, and I can't even express how much more than I know you, but that's what it was. And it did. It was full of tears and laughter and just wonderful, wonderful emotions.
Yeah. And I know how much he and that, and I'm getting all emotional. I know how much that he and that family hit your heart, because when Barbara Jean Lindsay was on doing that the reading, it was so beautiful, and I mean, you were really touched. I mean,
Yes,
to see that
very
whole
much
family come
so.
in and talking personal to us, it was oh, I'm just like tingling right now. Then there was little buddy. All he wanted to do was hang out with his friend.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody needs a good friend, and they typically, from what I've seen through my lifetime, they find usually one friend that there's that connection that it's just like any friend that you would have. Your conversations, your interaction, and you learn things, but it's more about just the relationship, that special
Absolutely.
relationship that you have with them. Mine has been Indigo because he was such a part of my life as he grew up, and me getting to see him, um, and being blessed, I guess, to interact with them on a physical level and not just a spiritual level. And that's not special or anything else. It's just what they chose to speak to me and to bring me into what I thought was the craziest thing in the world, the Bigfoot world of researchers, which I've said many times, I didn't even know that existed until someone told me it did. But they brought me physical things and allowed me a lot of physical interaction, um, just to uh, show some things about culture and other things that they've got. And of course, we know that you know, they are much more. Yes, they are flesh and blood, but like us, we're flesh and blood, but we're so much more too, like they are. And that's that
Yeah,
whole thing of just
we have no ability.
remembering.
We have no abilities that you don't have. That's what they say.
Exactly.
You just have to wake up to them. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And that's like the grandmothers who have been guides with me, and I used to do a lot of channeling of them years ago. They would always tell me, "You have all the answers within you. All you're waiting for is a question. And when that question comes, the answer's there. You've got to listen for it sometimes, and then sometimes it hits you in the face." So,
When you said that, I just got it. I just got it. I just got it. When Ari said, "Why do you ask me questions you already know the answer to?" He wasn't just talking about that particular conversation. He was talking about we already know the answers.
all right, yeah, we do.
In the big picture way too.
We do.
That's pretty deep stuff. Yeah. Wow.
We do.
Hey, Brian, I have to go. I have to go get 10 vials of blood for my nutritionist. And I haven't eaten all day, so I'm starving.
Thank
So
you
I'll
for
see you guys later.
coming. Thank you for
Yeah, it was
hanging out with us the
awesome
whole
that-
time.
It's been
It was
great.
awesome to
Thank
see
you.
you, Deb.
Cheers, Deb.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Merry
Yeah.
Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there, like I said, there are things that have been going on here, with some of the Star Nation people and Kashima and some of the other ancients and the teachers, and Ari's a part of that somehow. And so that's where I'm at right now. It's been interesting. I've posted a lot of glyphs that are they're in conjunction between the Sasquatch and some of the Star Nation people, and it's different nations of the Star Nation people. It's not any one particular one. So I they've shown me a lot of things. I've got a lot of things to do. I've got structures to build and some other things that they're working on energetically.
Yeah, well, I guess why do you ask me a question you don't know the answer to might be coming to fruition soon, because you might be coming out to visit again, right?
That's a possibility. Actually, I want to really, really, really bad, but we're going to wait and see where, what the universe. I do plan on being out there next year. I do
Yeah.
plan on that. So
Yeah, we
it'll
want you.
either be me flying in, or hopefully if we can get Matthew's oxygen problems fixed, we'll be driving out. So we'll just have to wait and see how that goes.
Yeah, awesome. Mr. Graham, do you want to say something?
Sure. Well, do you have any questions for me?
Why
Ask me
are
anything.
Why are Canadian men so handsome?
Oh, that's easy.
I got a question for you.
Oh, all right.
I was wondering, so you get these messages from different Sasquatch, and do they come in terms of impressions or mind speak?
I call it quantum communication.
Okay, that's
I have
cool. Quantum communication.
I
That's
put
awesome.
in this
You have
little.
to pay extra for that?
Well, I did. I had to buy a little quantum physics for dummies book. So I figured it out from there how my theory is supported by quantum physics, that telepathy is possible.
Then I have a question, Graham. Why are you asking questions you already know the answer to?
Question is it me asking them or is it Brian? Maybe we're actually the same entity in one, because of the non-locality theorem states that an object can be in two places at the same time.
Now,
So maybe two people could be at the same place at the same time, or many places at the same time.
Well, we're all expression.
Do you
We're all
have
expression.
Do you
We're all
have to ask them a question for them to, or sometimes it's just a spontaneous talk?
I often call upon them when I feel it's a good time to talk to them, like a certain individual. And it's kind of like somebody typed a message into my brain, like A, B, C, D. It's all typed out for me. I don't hear any sort of voice or any kind of that stuff.
That's still cool.
I do get a lot of impressions, visual impressions and empathic impressions that kind of guide me as to what the meaning of the communication is.
Well, this was all a warm up just to ask if you would try doing it on the show, because I'd like to know if there's any Sasquatch that have messages for us today. And so I thought maybe just roll the dice and see if they do or they don't.
We'll ask Carla that too.
Sure. You mean like right now?
Yeah, I wanted to put you on the spot and see you squirm a little bit.
Yeah.
Everybody squirms when they do that channeling business.
Yeah, I was actually going to refuse to do it, but I'm not refusing now. But at first I was thinking, it's very intimate and private, and it just sort of doesn't seem like a showy kind of thing. Like, hey, check me out. But I figure if somebody asks me, why not give it a shot?
Well, I just thought that if there was Sasquatch tuned in to us, and that maybe they had something to say, so maybe we could just leave it at that. No's an answer.
Sure.
Yeah.
No. It's actually yes. Let's talk to here. I'll just do it how I do it in my own mind. I don't do it out loud usually, but here we are. Hello, Odin, Ekata'a of the E Takan Tatanta. This is Graham, Atal Tatanta of the Earth human people. In the name of Alakanta, Jesus Christ, Odin, and God, Ekata'a, Odin of the E Takan Tatanta. Are you there? Yes, Graham, this is Odin, Ekata'a of the E Takan Tatanta. In the name of Alakanta, Jesus Christ, Woden, and God, how are you? I am well. How are you? I am well. So, you're on the Pork and Bean Show. Hello, Pork and Bean Show.
Go back, God, Jesus.
How are you all?
We're good.
Great, Odin.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Do you have any questions for me,
For Odin?
Michael, or anybody?
I do. Just I know there's a lot going on with the Sasquatch people on many levels, but I just wondered if there was any messages that they had for us right now, today, this week, this month, this year.
We ask you to drop your weapons. This is something that we have asked the human people repeatedly from afar where most cannot hear us. But since you can hear us now through Graham, we ask you to drop your weapons and to make this season a season of peace. And that can mean with your friends and family as well. All the conflicts that we can have between ourselves can also be dropped this Christmas. And I hope that even with your enemies, things can be, the conflicts can be dropped. There's a story that Graham likes to tell, but I'll tell it now. In World War II, between the Germans and the English, or Allies, on Christmas Day, the fighting stopped and gifts were given. I hate to say that the next day the fighting resumed, but on that one day, the fighting stopped. And so that's my message to you. From Odin of the Itakan Tatanta, blessed be.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
How can we, the people that you Sasquatch people reach out to, how can we get your message out there better, or how can we represent you in the ultimate way? What can we do better, or what is our work?
By foregoing perfection. Every time you try to make something right or beautiful, it is a noble intention. But when we're stuck in the paradigm of perfection, we always lose. We need to take it for ourselves this time. By being ourselves and not worrying about the perfection of our deeds and creations.
May I make a statement, Odin?
Yes, please.
All I can say is I have already asked, and you have all already answered, and all I have is gratitude and thankfulness. Thank you again. And you, as I ask, you open more doors to help raise my vibrations, and I'm more blessed than any man can be with thanks to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ed.
You have visited me in a number of forms, and I do not take it lightly. I accept it with grace and thanks. So
Right on, Ed. That's beautiful.
feeling it. Thank you. And Ari is here.
Yeah, Ari, this is Graham talking. Ari, I believe I've had a chance to meet telepathically as well. Brian and I think that we're talking to the same person, because I was in Golden Ears Park, which is near where Ari lives, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And
You
I
were.
was contacted by the chief of the tribe in that area.
You were. He just told me. Energetically.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Can I ask Odin one more question?
everybody's together.
Does he know of RE? Is he still here?
Yes, Brian.
Does Odin
Hello,
know
RE.
of RE?
Yes, blessings to RE.
No, does he know of him? Does he know him?
Yes, he does.
Beautiful.
That was just Odin, and then I switched back. I should get a mask, right?
A face, yeah, with a handle. Oh, I have one over here. Oh, seriously.
Nice.
Wow, that's
So,
pretty. I'm feeling like I'm really feeling them when you've been talking. Like they're right here. Fantastic.
Yeah, Odin is my teacher. He's assigned to me, and he decided to assign himself to me, I think, as well. And yeah, he even came all the way to Washington to visit me. And he's all in what seemed to be a kind of physical form anyway. I met up with him in Missouri, in that remote place I was at. And like I said, this is him behind me, behind the tree.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah.
And yeah, he was about 100 feet away from me when that photo was taken. And I saw something strange by the tree there, and I thought, oh, is that a Sasquatch? And then I looked and I thought, no, that's just bark hanging off the tree. And then when I zoomed in on that spot in the photograph, it's like you can see this face peering from behind the trees. Like, oh, that was a Sasquatch after all. He totally photobombed me.
It's funny how that
It's
happened. I had the
hilarious.
same experience in Golden Ears. I saw something. I looked and I said, "Is that a Sasquatch?" And then I said, "Nah, that's just a stump." But then I thought I saw like a head bobbing up and down, But I still thought I was imagining it until I looked away, and then I looked back and it was totally gone.
No doubt, eh?
Yeah, so
Like,
that was kind of my answer.
Graham,
Yeah.
Graham, who is it that has the red robe? Wears like a red robe cloak.
A certain being of the hairy people or star people, perhaps.
Yeah. He has is like a cloak robe. It's red. It has a hood. And his I can't see his face. His face is not showing. But it's like he's back behind you on your left side, just standing back there. He's not doing anything other than standing, watching, and listening.
Oh, I wonder if that could be one of the Lyran people.
Woo!
Ask him. Ask him. That's pretty cool.
It's possible.
Ask him.
Ooh, I just got shot. It's probably very possible. But that's
When I first hooked up with Sasquatch, I mean, I was talking on with some psychic lady there. She said, "You have this what'd she call it? It was like a Lyran, but it was like a lion person, and the lion person was in my house for a couple of days." Segment. It was like Segment. Have you ever seen statue of Segment? They're not thin. They're like thick. It's like huge structures.
Egyptian?
Segment was a goddess, lion-headed goddess.
I think I have seen that.
Yeah.
and I don't feel like it's male or female, but it very definitely has that strength of the male, but the feminine softness too. But I don't see the face. He's very much not showing me the face. And I use he very loosely, using that term.
There seems to be so much around the showing of the face or not showing the face in cultures all around the world. You know, we're this funny culture. We just say, hey, here's our face, check it out.
Here we are.
But not all cultures are like that, and then certain situations as well, it could be not appropriate.
Yeah, and sometimes when we look at the face, it kind of, well, it's like Kashima said, when humans stop seeing with their eyes, or actually what he said, when their eyes can no longer see, the heart steps in and sees for them. And so a lot of that seeing with our eyes, we don't have to do that to know what we need to know about anyone. I would rather back up to someone and feel their energy than to see their face.
Yeah.
It's like that face gets in the way, I guess.
Yeah. You know, Beans has said this many times on the show, and I agree with him. It's very true. They don't want you to see, you know, we keep asking them, I want to see you, I want to see you. They want us to see them with our heart, with the knowing, with the energy kind of thing. That's how they want us to see them. And I'm getting confirmation again. That's how they want us to see them. You know, it's not like a fun and games where we see them running across the road or whatever. They want to introduce themselves to us on that level.
Yeah.
You know,
I agree. That's
to have dignity.
Yeah. Yeah. That's when you get, that's when you know them on that way. And when you meet them on that level, I don't know if it's the ultimate, but it's the ultimate that I've discovered so far. Mr. Sam, you stopped in.
Yeah.
Where were you, dude?
Hey, dude.
Hi.
Look at you.
Where were you?
I was getting my makeup done.
Oh, well, on behalf of Pork Cutting, no, I'm just joking. We'll let you say, give us a say something. I'm gonna scare you and say I was ending the show, but no, say something. Say something.
No, it's fine. I'm at work. It's like I'm on vacation all next week, so I have a lot of stuff I'm having to finish up. So wasn't able to get on. I've been listening though.
Pretty long show today. Let's see, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. This is our longest show ever, by the way. But then I've never had like up to 20 people on before, so it takes time. It takes time, you know. But
yeah.
Did you want to say anything?
It's been awesome.
No, man. I was just showing up to say hi and love you guys, and that was pretty much it. I can't stay on long. I still got to finish up a few things, but
okay.
I was just popping my head in to say hi.
Okay, so before we wrap up, did anybody want to say anything, comment on any of the stories, ask any questions?
When I started the show, I didn't have this beard here. I was clean shaven.
Yeah. Hey, what do you think of Ed's new beard? I told him to grow that. He had a
nice.
Thank you. He did. We conducted our first interview on my channel, and he said, "Well, you look, you know, it looks good, but you look a lot like Elmer Fudd." So I took that to heart, meaning that was another point after meeting Ari that whatever he tells me is going to be the truth. And so I went and got shut up. No, anyway, so I decided I grow a beard on occasion, and so I have one kind of Abraham Lincoln look, and yes, Brian was the progenitor of this effort on my part.
Well, it's quite nice.
Well, thank you. Oh, thank you.
It's better than Elmer Fudd. No, I'm just
You could probably figure out some kind of lawsuit on that. Just get
No, Ari won't give me any more signs if I do something like that. I'd rather stay with Ari.
Oh, Brian's protected.
Oh, he's protected, all right.
I got the biggest daddy in town. My daddy's bigger than your daddy.
Hey, no qualms here, buddy.
Anybody want to say something to?
I want to say goodbye.
I want to say thank you guys. This has been so awesome. Oh my gosh. I've
So many
loved it.
stories.
Everybody's stories, everybody's energy. It just affirms that there's good stuff happening. Lots of good stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Graham.
Thanks to everybody.
By the way,
opportunity to
Price Mess Show.
By the way, Graham, I was rudely interrupted when I asked you my question. Why are Canadian men so handsome?
Oh, it's because of the purity of the snow, which graces our skin and gives us health that
Hey, this is bullshit. I gotta go.
everlasting. Gives us eternal life. The snow gives us eternal life.
Yeah.
Eternal youth.
The fountain of youth, yes.
Yeah. Eternal youth.
All right, everybody. Well, this
Merry
has been the
Christmas.
longest. This has been. We've done 3 seasons. We're going to be starting our 4th season in January, and this has been the longest show we ever had.
Save the best for last.
Historic.
End of the year, right?
Yeah.
Merry
Well, no, I
Christmas,
think we got one more. Yeah. Thank you, Sandy. See, I know your name. Didn't even
I was
hesitate.
wondering, you said Barbara so many times. I was going like, that's Sandy. I wanted to
Brian wants to do a 24-hour a day show for a full week. Yeah.
we can conduct it in 3 hours.
Yeah. Anyway, everybody, you guys are all like family. You're all beautiful people. Just keep, we just got to keep talking the Sasquatch truth and representing them as beautiful people too, and none of this monster crap. So, thanks everybody for coming.
All right.
Really
Thanks, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Bye, everybody.
So on behalf of Port Cunningham and the world's handsomest man, Frank Oliver Beans, this has been the Pork and Bean Show. And thanks to all our special guests. Thanks for everybody who listened in, and mostly thank you to our Rian family and all the other Sasquatch out there that have enriched our lives.
There you go.
Yeah, remember that? Yeah, that's another story. Remember the heart, Sandy? Anyway, that's another story.
It was a heart. I'm trying to make a heart. Yeah.
But remember the heart remember the heart that you've discovered?
Yes, see, I made a little heart. It's white. It's pure as the driven snow, kind of, but it's not looking right.
Yeah, no. Graham and I are as pure as driven snow. Don't forget that.
All right.
It's pretty pure. Hey, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye, everybody. See you guys.
Love
Bye.
you guys.
Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Keep smiling until then.
Who cares about the clouds if we're together?
Just sing a song and bring the sunny weather. Happy trails to you till we meet again.
Some trails are happy ones,
Others are blue.
look down on all the people looking up at the big sky. Everybody's pushing one another around. Big sky feels sad when you see the children scream and cry. But the big sky too big to let it get him down. Big sky too big to cry. Big sky too high to see. People like you and me. One day we'll be free. We won't care, just you see. Till that day can be, don't let it get you down. When I feel that the world's too much for me, I think of the big sky, and nothing matters much to me. Big sky look down on all the people who think they got problems. They get depressed and they hold their heads in their hands and they cry. People lift up their hands and they look up to the big sky. But the big sky is too big to sympathize. Big sky's too occupied. But we would like to try.